Tell me, Navya or Keshav, how many participants will be there? How many students?
So this is streaming live on YouTube.
Oh, so all of them will be watching from home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good. So now, is this okay now? Because I have done the lighting settings.
Yes, sir. I think we're ready to start. So
Okay.
as I'll start, and then I will give it to Arun Kumar sir and our dean, and then you.
Okay.
Yeah. Until then, I think to avoid any interruption, can you please unmute? Can everyone please mute themselves?
Yeah, but ask Keshav. This is okay, no? I mean, the setting.
Yes, it's fine.
Okay.
It's perfect.
Okay. So we are starting in another 2 minutes, right?
Yes, sir. You can start with me.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Namaste and welcome to Embark 2020, the first virtual business event hosted by the Executive MBA students, supported by the Department of Management Studies, IIT Madras. A month's worth of planning by our committee of 14 people, ably supported by our professors at the Department of Department of Management Studies, IIT Madras, as well as our admin team, running PR campaigns, contacting speakers, coordinating with our participants, and too many WhatsApp groups to count, has culminated into this 5-hour virtual extravaganza of events for you. If you're watching us on YouTube Live, credit goes to our assisting vendor, Keshav and his team at Whizz Events. We have 5 events lined up for you today. We start with the keynote ceremony, followed by a much-awaited Shark Tank event, where we'll hear teams pitch their ideas. This will then be followed by an invigorating panel discussion with 2 very eminent business personalities, followed by our most exciting event, the Business Quiz. And then, of course, we will close the event by announcing some prize winners. If you're watching us from the audience, you will also get a chance to win prizes, so keep a keen eye on the YouTube live chat section as well as our events. The theme of our event today is New Age Made Newer. We picked this theme precisely because of the unprecedented year that we are living in. We all know that change is the only constant, and better year than 2020 that is really proving it for us. Everything we consider as normal is obsolete. So today, our keynote speech as well as our panel discussion will be focused around how these established business leaders have been able to stay relevant in their respective arenas, even in a year like 2020. We have a very distinguished panel with us today. We have our dynamic HOD, Dr. Arun Kumar, our Dean of Students, Professor Nilesh Jayantilal Vasa, and our keynote speaker, Dr. Ganesh Nayak, COO and Executive Director, Canada Healthcare Limited. We will start off now with the first set of speeches, first from our HOD and then from our Dean of Students. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ramya. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Department of Management Studies, IIT Madras, I welcome our Dean, Professor Nilesh Vasa, and Mr. Ganesh Nayak, Executive Director, Zydus Cadila, for the event, and basically thank them for accepting to grace this occasion. I also welcome all the participants, my EMBA students, my MBA students, my colleagues, and all others who are watching the event live on YouTube as of now. Actually, as Navya put it, I mean, it's become a little too stale now to talk about the crisis and what is crisis doing and etc. etc. I think now that is behind us, and whatever basically we are looking at is we are looking, as she rightly put it, we are looking at newer and newer opportunities out there. I think the story of the crisis and the downturn, what we have been talking about, etc. That part of the story, that part of it is slightly over, I would say. I mean, even if you look at any newspaper or any of the TV channels, there again, it's the same thing is going time and again. But if one looks at little carefully, this kind of a disruption, what basically has caused in the year 2020, has thrown in a lot of newer opportunities. And if you actually see that now businesses have begun to accept this particular crisis, and then they have accepted the fact that there have to be newer ways in which they not look at business itself. But recently, I was talking to our one of the leading cement manufacturers, the CEO of one of the leading cement manufacturers in the country, in South India based. In fact, I was surprised when he made a statement that where he does not find any difference in basically the sale of cement or the value of cement that has been sold, the quantity that has been sold in July 2020 as compared with July 2019 also. The same is the case with another tire manufacturers also based in South India. They also said that they hardly see a difference between the amount of quantity that basically they've sold in the same month last year as well as in the month now in the same in July in 2020. So what I'm trying to stress again is most businesses or most of us have tried to look at this particular aspect. Yes, as initially there was a little bit of shake-up, initially there was a little bit of disruption created, but now things have moved on, and then fact basically we have tried to accept the fact that there are disruptions, but this has also thrown open a lot of newer opportunities. In fact, even if I look at this particular event, Embark, I mean, we usually have a physical event conducted for half a day right on the campus out there. And in this year, when the students came in, and then when our Navya and team came in and requested, "Sir, we need to do the event," I was a little surprised. I mean, I must say, I was a little skeptical initially. But then they said, "Yes, we are going to do it. I know there is a crisis. We cannot have a physical event. We are going to do it very differently." And they came up with so many possible ideas, in fact, which I could never even think about. So then I was basically convinced, yes, there is a problem, there is an opportunity, there are things there that can be done differently. And what they promised is this method of what the way in which they are going to conduct the event this year, they are going to reach wider audience. In fact, even compared, that is where what I'm trying to say is the reach is going to be even better. So what I'm trying to say is, again, they look at newer opportunities and then make the best use of it and grow the events or businesses, whatever we look at. In fact, even coming to this event, remember, it's a completely student managed or a completely executive MBA managed event. But I wouldn't be wrong if I say the statement that this is one of the first or one of the only executive MBA conducted events out there entire country. I mean, there are executive MBAs, executive programs run all across the country with various business schools, etc. But they coming together to do an event. I mean, they do multiple events. One of the events is Embark, and they do multiple events. And I really have not come across any set of executive students coming together and doing a set of events out there. And the level of enthusiasm with which they try and do it, it's actually surprising to note that that has not changed in even this particular year. And it's a completely student managed event out there. So given that we're trying to do it a little differently, newer opportunities, newer set of audiences out there. and then basically trying to reach a wider set of audience also. That is basically the plan. Without taking much time, I would, I think, hand it over to Navya so that she can invite our dean as well as Mr. Ganesh Naik for even for their talk and as well as the keynote address. Thank you, Navya. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful words. I think you praised us, but we are also going to say it wasn't possible without your support. Let me now get our Dean of Students, Professor Vasa, to say a few welcoming words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Fine. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So I'll start. All right. So first of all, respected Dr. Ganesh Nayak, respected Professor Arun Kumar, and all my colleagues and friends. Thank you so much for inviting me to address all of you via the virtual business symposium Embark 2020, hosted by the executive management students of the Department of Management Studies at IIT Madras. The organizers have kept the theme of Embark 2020 as New Age Made Newer, which is very much apt in the current situation. Of course, in our generation, this is the first time we are experiencing such a challenging situation, right? Many of us, right, are trying to overcome this. However, it has given us an opportunity in terms of thinking something very much different, right, in terms of innovation, and have a resilience to adapt the change. In fact, many of the tech companies, pharma industries, internet related industries, companies are doing very well. The transition towards digital age has stretched in an accelerating way. The healthcare sector is badly affected. However, we are seeing novel emerging approaches such as telemedicine and counseling, right, which is a different thought process coming forward to help us out to overcome, right, this present situation, at the same time grow further. So, how a current scenario of research in India can play a vital role in this in the growth process. So, I just thought for a while in respect to the current scenario, and what I understood is, see, we have started understanding that scientific development directly plays a vital role in the development of the country in terms of healthcare, education, economy, and employment stability, etc. We are a developing country, and our population is steadily growing beyond 1.3 billion. We are inching towards China, right, and far ahead of other developed countries in terms of population, right? Around 5 times more population than the USA. However, if we consider our research outcome and its use in our own industry, which is quite lower, right, than in other developed countries, right, and marginally lower than other developing countries as well. An interesting fact is, in India, out of 10,000 workers, only 4 to 5 are being researchers and ranked, right? And we, in terms of this research growth, we are below Chile, Brazil, China, of course. So investment in R&D is less than 1% of GDP, whereas China and Brazil are spending more on R&D than India. Interestingly, India spends more or less the same amount of money on the researcher as other countries do, because our number of population is quite large in research activity. So how can we improve scientific research and its use in our country? There is a need for more than collaboration with universities, institutes, and industries as well. And government and industry should support product-based, right, or service-based developments, research developments, and funding. And there is also need for a rigorous research activities at our college levels and universities. right? That is an important and significant opportunity for research growth due to its intellectual capital available, right? And there is an emphasis on the research and development programs in industries, agricultural sectors, and social sectors. However, we have to prepare ourselves to have research goals, either seed based research or a need based research, right? Unfortunately, sometimes we do not understand our need or our right, and then we cannot focus that what exactly my need and how I can do some research in order to meet my need. But sometimes, right, we have to understand what are our needs, what, right? Sometimes I can also think out of the box without understanding my need, which can be a seed based, right, research. So either way, seed based or need based, we have to think much more and understand the importance of time and associated productivity in terms of research. There is also more and more need for industry academia interaction for the innovative research ideas and the latest findings in the product and services. Of course, transformation is taking place everywhere, right? A lot of expectations are from public funded universities and institutes. The way we communicate, right, disseminate and retrieve has changed. Right, maintaining research competence and subject matter competence is a challenging task. Pushing the boundaries of knowledge through the path breaking research and training researchers are essential requirements. The focus could be on interdisciplinary research and entrepreneurial research, right? We will need a collective adherence to core values of objectivity, honesty, openness, fairness, accountability, and stewardship to carry forward the research and contribute something in terms of bringing out various products or services. So organizations in which research is conducted should show integrity in science, means that they should encourage those involved to exemplify their values in every step of the research process. Just an example of the importance of research in health services, research is essential to find out which treatments work better for patients. Right? It plays a vital role in discovering new treatments and making sure that we use existing therapies in the best possible ways, right? So we research can find out various answers to things that are unknown to us and filling the gaps of our knowledge and changing the way that our healthcare and professional system works towards it, right? So there can be various common aims for conducting research studies, which are maybe diagnose disease and health problems, prevent its development and recurrence, treat illness to improve the survival rates or increase the number of people who are cured, improve the quality of the life of people who are living with illness. Right. So what does research means to us? This is, of course, one example, but yes, all of you can think much more in terms of this. And for us, as a developing country with a large intellectual mass, we should see that the research to be an amazing and innovative opportunity to meet our social requirements. It should provide innovative, enterprising, and rewarding global solutions. Instead, we rely on global research outcome, right? Of course, it is quite pioneering and challenging, but it is essential for the progress and hope for our future. Hence, it is crucial for all of us, right? And our society, industry, and education system should support the research in various fields enthusiastically, participate in growing curious minds and researchers in many more numbers. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I'm grateful to Embark 2020 organizing team for providing me an opportunity to to talk to all of you as an esteemed audience. And I sincerely wish a grand success for today's symposium and its outcome. Best wishes.
Thank you so much, sir. Those were some very insightful words based on our theme. I think now it's time to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Ganesh Nayak. He is the Chief Operating Officer and Executive Director of Cadila Healthcare Limited. He graduated in 1977 with a Bachelor of Science from MGM College, Mysore University, and with an MBA in 1994 from Newport University, California. He has spent 43 years with Zygus Cadila, fourth largest Indian pharma company with a turnover exceeding 2 billion US dollars. He has served in almost all functions across the flywheel of a company and has played key strategic and operational roles during the successful restructuring of business operations at Cadila. It is an absolute honor to have us with you here today, sir. We are sure your wise and experienced words will set the right tone for Embark 2020. Inviting Dr. Nayak on stage.
A very good afternoon to you. I must thank Professor Arun Kumar as well as Navya and the other members of Embark 20 for inviting me to this event. I must also especially thank Dr. C.B. Rao, who took the initiative of asking me to address the students of IIT Madras, the MBA. Thank you for the introduction. I was just thinking, my journey of 43 years, if I have to capture in 25 minutes, it is indeed a very tall order. But nonetheless, I shall use brevity as well as speed to try to capture what I've done or what I've learned in these 43 years. Believe me, this has been a great journey because it has been the journey in one organization. Over a period of 43 years, I started in 1977 at the bottommost rung of the hierarchy of the organization. And today I'm fortunate to have a position where I can direct and guide the organization in its effort to excel. In this limited time, I thought, today all of you are very smart. It's not difficult with this age of the internet. If anybody sits on the internet, whether you want leadership, whether you want to know about any product or anything in the universe, right from rocket science to basic water supply, in the matter of 15-20 minutes, you can download any data you want. Any kind of knowledge is available. So what I'm going to be sharing with you is something which comes out of my own raw experience in this organization and in this field of pharmaceuticals. I thought I'll divide it into two parts. The first part is what came out of an interview 2 years ago. And the second is the PowerPoint presentation which I have. 2 years ago, this lady wanted to interview me, a very well-known Asian magazine, and she's a very known journalist. And she said, Mr. Nayak, we want to do a story on your success. So I said, I'm very uncomfortable when somebody says your success, because believe me, I've been working in an organization. And today, at this point in time, of course, we are a very large organization. We are 25,000 people. We are India's fourth, fifth largest pharmaceutical company. We have global operations. Our turnover is a little around $2 billion. We are listed on the bourses. Our market cap is between $5 and $6 billion. And it's an entire team effort which drives this organization. So I told her, saying my success, I don't think is fair. I've worked in an organization, a single organization. So it would be more appropriate for me to talk something about the organization. So she said, okay, if you want to be modest, so be it. So she said, please let me know what you want to say. Said, for a professional person who has worked in an organization, broadly, there are four elements which contribute to the success of the individual. And I think this would be relevant, especially for you, those who are going to be going out into the world and making careers. The four elements, you can give different weightages. The first is the individual. The second is the organization he gets into. The third is the team. And the fourth is the family. I told the lady you can give equal weightages of 25 each, or maybe something more, something less. I would give it 25 each. Now, coming to the individual, I don't want to sound very modest. The individual has to have a fairly good level of education. He should be having a good persona. He should be well versed in dealing with the eventualities of life. He should have a good ability for interpersonal relationship. He should have a small level of street smartness too to survive. And most importantly, he should have the ability to work hard, very hard. The second is the organization. Many of us are fortunate, some of us are not, to get into good organizations. If you get a good organization where the promoters are qualified by education, they are not interested just in quarter over quarter performances, but in the long term growth and prosperity of the organization. If they believe in meritocracy, there's no nepotism in the organization. If you manage to get into such an organization, that also plays an important role in your growth in life. The third is the team. As you will see in my presentation today, it's like leading a herd of cats. Everyone has his aspiration, his or her aspiration, his ambition. And today, when we interview candidates at senior levels, medium levels, we ask them, what do you want to do in life in the next 10 years? They say, in the next 10 to 12 years, I would like to be the CEO of the organization. So aspirations are also very high and they need to be met. So if you have a team which is full of aspirants and they are more interested in their individual growth rather than the organization and teamwork, trust me, you will not be able to succeed. Then the last point is the family. It's very important. I think you have to be fortunate to have a good family, a good wife, good children who make sure that they allow you to work in peace and don't create hurdles and distractions to you. So I said these are the four things. And if you ask me, I've been very fortunate. On my personal side, I said I've done my best, fairly good education, persona, street smartness, good interpersonal relationships, and I work very hard. Second, I said I've been very fortunate. My first organization, I got into a good organization. Those days it was known as Cadila Laboratories Limited. Now, in 1995, we had a split between the two families, and today we are better known as the Zydus Group, listed as Cadila Healthcare Limited. And this company grew. It gave an opportunity for the people to grow. And I think it would not be out of place to say that I was fortunate to get into an organization which I can really classify as an excellent organization. The third, I have been, trust me, very fortunate to have a team of very good team members right from the beginning. Out of my 43 years, I have been a manager for 40 years. And all through the 40 years, even when we started at the head office as a product management team in 1995, when we started Zydus, and even now, I have been, I would say, blessed with the good fortune of having a very good team where everyone has their own aspirations, but they have a common goal, which is the organizational goal. There is a respect for hierarchy, there's a respect for leadership, there is a desire to grow by sharing, by collaboration, and the team has been good. Coming to the family, I think I must thank the Almighty for blessing me with a good family, wife, children who are well educated. They are managing themselves. They haven't created anything which came in the work of my progress and my commitment to the organization. And I said that is why I am here. So she said, well, that's a very nice, humble way of saying it. But she said it's a very good way of capturing. So if these four elements, the individual, the organization, the team, and the family, if these work in proper harmony and tandem, there's no reason why an individual would not succeed. So having said that, I come to my presentation. Now, this presentation of mine is not something which I have taken out of any book or books. There are only two inputs into this presentation. One is my own experience, what I have gone through in the organization, and then something which I learned, very important, very valuable lessons which I learned during the short stint of 2 months, some 17 years ago, which I studied at the Harvard Business School. So I put all these together, and I have another 15 to 18 minutes. I will try to quickly run through the presentation. Now, this presentation if I have to give examples, I could spend 2 hours, but I think all of you are very well read, intelligent individuals. So when you see the text, most of it you would be able to relate to and understand. Where I feel it is important for me to give you an example, I shall do so. So with that, let's start with the PowerPoint presentation that I have. Keshav?
So you can go ahead, sir. We can see the first slide.
Oh, okay. So I thought you would be showing me too. But I can't see those slides.
Okay.
In Keshav,
So please go into the active speaker mode. I told you to engage in that.
Navya, even I could not see.
That's okay. Please mute. We will deal with it.
where is it, Keshav?
So the top right column, the active speaker part, you have to take stage. That's it.
So right at the top of the screen, you will see a grid-like icon.
Yeah, is there.
Just it will slide out. You will see active speaker video view.
Yeah.
Please click on that. And now you will see a pin at the top.
One second. Active speaker.
You'll see a pin at the top.
Yeah.
Please click on that.
I click which participant do you want to lock the video on?
Stage.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay, so here we are. So what is leadership all about? I mean, there are, I don't know, hundreds or thousands of books on leadership, and you would have different people from Jack Welch to whoever. And you would have different stories. So what I've done is I've tried to capture, as I mentioned earlier, in the stint which I did of 2 months at the Harvard Business School, plus my experience of 40 years as a manager out of my 43 years that I've worked in the organization. So leadership is all about coping with the change. We heard from Professor Arun Kumar as well as the other person who spoke about, and especially in these times when everybody talks about change is constant, etc. I think nature decided to show us what exactly changes and brought in this corona or COVID. So you have to understand how to cope up with change. And in the last 5 months, I don't think there has been a better example in the existence of humanity where we have had a better opportunity to understand how to cope up with change. The other is setting direction. If you are a leader with a team of people with an organizational objective, you have to make sure that you set the proper direction. You have to get everyone together. Everyone knows about, and that is aligning every member of the team to the common goal or objective. And most importantly, as is said, you have the structure, you have the strategy, and you have the execution. You might have a very good structure, very smart people, very good strategy, but if the execution is not up to the mark, there wouldn't be any success. And that comes out of motivating and inspiring individuals and people. Next. Now, I made a mention when I was talking about this 4 elements of success, and I mentioned about herd of cats. Leaders must learn today, because leading today is like leading a herd of cats. I don't know how to explain that. Leaders must learn to develop social architecture that encourages incredibly bright people. I'm sure all of you would acknowledge that. Most of these individuals obviously have big egos, and to work successfully together as well as to deploy their own creativity to achieve the organizational objectives, you need to have a common thread running through. Most of the people being led are not only very well educated, but also very highly individualistic. And this individualism makes the whole environment very exciting and challenging for the leader, because it requires different skills to manage different people. Next. Next. Now, empathy. I mean, all of us have heard about sympathy. and we know how it is to sympathize. But empathy is a completely different ballgame. In fact, empathy is the sine qua non of leadership in these VUCA times. I'm sure all of you are aware of this military term VUCA: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, as well as ambiguity. And it has been widely used in the last 20 years in most of the books. You would read that. In these VUCA times, and I don't think there is a more VUCA situation than what we have seen in the last 5 months, empathy is very, very important. If you're leading a team of people, empathy is great in building. It's a great tool in building relationship, which can make a great difference to the performance of the organization. Now, empathy can be enhanced from experience through learning, through sustained experience and effort, and it comes over a period of time. It's not something that you can just say, "Oh, I know how to empathize with you." And what it does is it helps catalyze creative thinking and pulls out the best from different people in different situations. Next. Now, leadership is about being passionate, and everybody talks about passion. It's a oft used cliche nowadays. And what does it mean to be passionate? I have kind of put it into these 4 E's. First is the leader has to be full of energy. No offense meant, but energy comes from not only your physical activity, your speech, your way of thinking, but also in terms of how you tend to look at your team members. Energy is required for the leader, but then energy has to be contagious. There's no point in just the leader or you being full of energy. How are you planning, or how are you in a position to energize your team members? And to energize your team members, you have to be completely involved with the team. The third E is the edge. You have to take tough decisions to come across as a leader who has an edge in his leadership. And the last E, I think all of you are aware, some of us call it implementation, which is execution, which I will refer to or allude to later. Next. Now, there are 3 unique qualities that help a leader to inspire others. Today when I address a team of newcomers to the organization, when I see and when I think about what had happened when I was sitting there in their positions, you always tend to look at the leader and ask, I mean, you're a leader, what have you achieved? What have you done? What have you to teach me? And unless there is a synergy between the leader and the team to get a good output, trust me, is not easy. And how do you do that? With these 3 unique qualities that help you inspire your team members. The first is you must selectively reveal your weaknesses. No leader is God. Nobody is infallible. We have our weaknesses. And once you come across as a leader who identifies himself with a team, you'll find that to get things done is much, much easier. And to do that, you'll have to reveal your weaknesses. You can't just build a wall and show only your strengths. Now, why am I using the word selectively? Somebody said, is it not slightly odd that you're saying selectively? You have a lot of weaknesses. Just to be humble and modest, you can't keep on, telling about your weaknesses. That is not right. That's not a right reflection of a leader. And that's why selectively, so that a good balance is maintained in terms of acceptance. Rely heavily on intuition. Well, not heavily, because most of the time today we take decisions which are data based on hard facts. We must also collect and interpret soft data that helps in intuitive decision making. Understanding body language is very important. We also call it as the non-verbal clues. And if you look at the body language, you are able to connect emotionally, and then accordingly the communication, the transaction takes place. If you have to be a leader, a unique leader, then you also have to be, you have to dare to be different. Now, dare to be different could be in so many ways. The way you dress, the way you speak, the way you behave. What happens is this uniqueness brings about a respect, and automatically you tend to have a positive following. The next slide. This is something which I learned during that short stint at the Harvard Business School. It's very interesting. They conducted a study of 100 companies over a period of 25 years. And they found that there were only 7 companies which continuously over the period of 25 years performed on all metrics or all parameters. They conducted interviews from ex-employees, ex-chairmen, up to the level of janitors in these 7 organizations. And what they summarized as their findings as to what contributed to the continuous sustainable success of these 7 organizations is mentioned in these 3 points. First is consistency of purpose. They found that these organizations were very consistent in the purpose of their organization. They found that if they were in pharmaceutical, they didn't get into engineering and automobiles, and they stuck to their knitting, to use a phrase. They were very, very focused. The second is commitment to effort or commitment to action. They found right from the top level to the lower level, there was absolutely no compromise on action in terms of taking decisions, in terms of working hard. That was in the DNA of these 7 organizations. And the last, very important, was the responsibility for results. Philosophically, we are told that, you keep on karma kiye ja, phal ki chinta mat kar. It is not a very apt analogy, I know. When I said this some time back, somebody refuted it. But, well, look at it with a pinch of salt, or take some license. I can't say I came to the office in the morning at 9, I worked till 9 in the night, and what to do. That's a very union-minded kind of a phrase, explanation. I did my best. If the results have not come, what can I do? I think as a good leader, as good team members in an organization, you have to be responsible for results. We always have a saying, we say we have to learn to live by results and not reasons. And trust me, I'm talking about reasons, not excuses. And I think all of you are aware of the difference between reasons and excuses. So if an organization, if a leader makes sure that his team has a consistency of purpose, they are committed to effort or action, and they hold themselves responsible for results, there's no reason why this organization or this team would not succeed. Then we come to the next slide. This is what I had learned from, we interact as an organization with all the top consultants. For the sake of good order, I would not mention their names. And one of the health area leaders, I got this about 20 years back. And what this says is, for a good organization, a good performing organization, over a period of time, if it has to grow and expand, it has to base itself on these 3 R's, alphabet R's. The first is reliability, the second is repeatability, and the third is replicability. Now, what it means? It means in whatever you do to begin with, you have to make sure that your performance is very reliable in terms of systems, processes, methods, practices. Everything has to be properly organized in the form of standard operating procedures. Once your performance is reliable, then you should make sure that it keeps on repeating itself. You keep on doing it, succeeding again and again and again. That is repeatability. And once you have that template or that format in place, then you expand to newer geographies, newer horizons, and replicate that model. So a good organization has to base its performance on these 3 R's: reliability, repeatability, and replicability. Next. Well, I think we have been exposed in no uncertain terms in the last 5-6 months to this part, which I'm going to now refer to. Response to outside changes is critical to business growth. Now, you have to understand your strengths and your competitive and comparative advantage. Like they say, in the fight between a bull and an alligator, it is the terrain which dominates the outcome. If these two are going to fight in a lake, or there's water is the terrain, then obviously the alligator is at an advantage. But if the alligator comes onto land, obviously it is the bull which will have the advantage. So you should know how to leverage your comparative and your competitive advantage. The second is you must understand strategy is not eternal. You have a strategy which is always time bound because it is influenced by external factors. And sooner or later, some assumption that you have made about what is critical to your company today will turn out no longer to be true. And the third is the judo strategy. Actually, this is the judo versus sumo strategy. The sumo is a real fat guy who uses a lot of power in this, whereas the judo person is a slick guy, slick, strong, powerful, and maneuverable, like a judo player, as we say, to make sure that you respond to the changing times by changing your moves. The next slide, one of the last 3 slides we have, and I think I'm on time. Execution is the key differentiator. A brilliant strategy, brilliant, outstanding, excellent product, breakthrough technology, it can put you on the competitive map, but only solid execution can keep you there. I think I made a mention earlier. I mean, to run an organization, you need a good structure, people, processes, you need a good strategy, and you need execution. If these 3 are in place and they work in proper tandem, there's no reason why your goal or objectives should not be achieved or met. But believe me, in the course of my journey as a manager, I've seen structures have been 10 out of 10, strategy has been 9 or 10 out of 10, but with execution being 3 or 4, the whole thing has fallen flat on its face. So execution is the key differentiator, and execution depends on the leader, how he, as I mentioned in that earlier slide, how he motivates and inspires. And motivation and inspiration, you also have exhortation. Just talking, being goody-goody is not motivation. You need to have a good level of exhortation too, which will lead to good execution, which becomes the key differentiator in the growth and success of any organization. On the next slide, I have 4 elements of strong execution. As I said earlier, I will not read through every slide that I have. Clarifying the decisions. You must make sure that once the decisions are made, there's no second guessing, and there's no scope for any ambiguity or any confusion. All of the team members, everyone involved in that decision, in the execution of the decision, should be very clear. Design inflow, anything which happens outside, because everything is relative. Your strategy is good in terms of what you thought at that time, but if the competition has changed, unless you have the information flowing in, you will not be able to act appropriately and accordingly. Aligning motivation. Everyone in the team has to be highly motivated. A weak link, and the example is given of a chain, can derail the whole plan that you have for execution. And facilitating structure. Everyone must have a good idea of the decisions and the actions for which he or she is going to be responsible. Now I come to the next slide. It's a slight deviation from the leadership which I was talking about, but I thought it would be relevant for you, because today, if an organization has to grow, it cannot grow only on the basis of its organic play. It has to indulge in inorganic play too. And it is evident from, I don't need to mention names, you are aware of what's happening in our country globally. Companies are leapfrogging from 1 to 10 through the route of acquisitions. And I think I'm very fortunate, because in this organization of ours, we have had almost 20 acquisitions over the last 25 years, more so after we formed Cadila Healthcare Limited or Zydus. And it's not that all of them have succeeded. We have had our fair share of failure too. But what are the learnings? And if you are going to be going out there, joining organizations or doing something on your own, and if you are going to be getting into the area of mergers and acquisitions, these are the 7 points which you have to keep in mind. I will not go into detail because this slide itself can take me 15 to 20 minutes. But as I said, the bullet points are there, and wherever required, I'll tell you, but you would be able to make your own conclusions. Paying too much. There are organizations where, out of desperation to acquire and grow, they have bought assets by overpaying. And this doesn't, trust me, doesn't pay, because all of you know finance. You have return on investment, you have the payback period, etc. Everything when you do the acquisition, there are a lot of bullish assumptions made and they don't play out, and then it ends into trouble. Assuming a boom and that the market won't crash. Now you have to have these filters, you have to have this hedging, and your experts should guide you on that. Leap. We have a phrase, I mean, all of you are aware, look before you leap. So before you are getting into this, you have to make sure that you understand the total context of the asset that you're buying. Don't just leap into it. Straying too far afield from the core business. There are many times, we say, teams say that, we are in this, this is the point of saturation. We should get into some area which is not sticking to our knitting, but not completely, away from our core. Trust me, I found in 5 out of 10 times that has not served well. So you have to be very careful about staying afar from your core field. Swallowing something too big, you know the phrase, you should not bite more than you can chew. Many times what happens is a company which is 100 tries to acquire a company which is 300, 400. They do not have the mindset and the wherewithal, nor the team, the bench strength of leadership to manage that acquisition, and that again fails. Marrying disparate corporate cultures. Trust me, in these mergers and acquisitions, we have had acquisitions, not mergers, in the United States, in Brazil, in Mexico, in France, Spain, South Africa, Japan, etc. And managing cultures is very, 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 very important. If you're sitting here in India and thinking that, my team bench strength of leadership will be able to bring about success by understanding the culture of a foreign country about which you haven't had any experience either to, can be a very, very challenging situation. And then the last one, counting on people staying, on key people staying. We have seen many a time where this company is doing well, and there are a few key individuals who are the core responsible individuals for managing the performance. And when you are acquiring this, you tend to put that point on the back burner. They say, no, we will manage this company. You think that these people will continue staying. You cannot, you fail to foresee that if these people are not there, 25% of the strength of the organization gets compromised. So you also have to make sure and do not take it for granted that the key people of the acquisition would continue staying. Next slide. I come to the last slide. This is more of a philosophical motivation, which I try to use as my last slide, because ultimately, if you go do everything by the book and in terms of data, and unless you go out of your box, you will not succeed. And we take a leaf from what Martin Luther King said in his landmark speech. He didn't say, I have a plan. He said, I have a dream. So in a nutshell, I think I've stuck to my time. I wish all of you to be passing out later, the very best, and do your best in terms of whatever little things I've told you about this leadership, and go out and succeed. Have a dream. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I remember you said, I don't know how I'm going to cover all of those years in such a short time, but I feel like I've journeyed with you. And going by our live chat in the YouTube, there are some very, very nice takeaways from your speech. So that brings us to the end of our keynote ceremony. Please give us 5 minutes. Stay with us. We're going to come back with a very exciting Shark Tank. If you're watching on YouTube, do give us your insights from Dr. Nayak's speech. We will be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
a share. And by the way, John, our analyst indicator could go a heck of a lot higher than that. Your profit on a mere $6,000 investment would be upwards of $60,000. Exactly, you could pay off your mortgage. John, one thing I can promise you, even in this market, is that I never ask my clients to judge me on my winners. I ask them to judge me on my losers because I have so few. And in the case of Aeroton, based on every technical factor out there, John, we are looking at a grand slam home run. 4,000, that'd be 40,000 shares, John. Let me lock in that trade right now and get back to you with my secretary with the exact confirmation. Sound good, John? Great. Hey, John, thank you for your vote of confidence. Welcome to the Investor Center. Bye-bye.
Hi, welcome back. That was an invigorating keynote ceremony that we listened to from Dr. Ganesh Nayak. We are all set to start our second event, the exciting Shark Tank. Now, be honest and type it out in the YouTube live chat. How many of you thought we will be battling with sharks? But Shark Tank is actually based on a TV event of the same name, an event in which business owners can come and pitch their ideas to a 4 to 5 member board of venture capitalists, angel investors, mega billionaires who are known as sharks. After an idea is pitched, this board can thoroughly grill the business owner on the idea, investment strategy, business model, anything. So in order to impress the sharks, the elevator pitch for the business idea has to be on point. And this note, we would like to thank our marketing professor, Professor Richa, who did a boot camp for our students in the weeks leading up to Embark, where she gave us some tips and tricks on how to craft an elevator pitch. So that is essentially the model we are going to follow today. We have 3 teams. Each team will get to pitch a business idea in 2 minutes and only 2 minutes. You start pitching when I say start. I will remind you with 30 seconds left, and I will call you out at 2 minutes. Then we will have some question and answers from our judge, Shreya. I will introduce her in just a minute. We will repeat this for each team, and a pitch winner will be announced in our closing ceremony based on Shreya's scores. Shreya Krishnan bagged the Mrs. India Universe title in 2017 and is primed to go global. The Vice President of the Marketing and Communication Division at the Anviti Insurance Brokers, she leads a busy schedule, which does not dampen her charismatic personality one bit. She's a scriptwriter, content writer, choreographer, vivid speaker, marketing wizard, activist, and to top it all, a beauty pageant winner. Whew. Her TED Talk, Eternally at Crossroads, is a mesmerizing talk to listen to, perfectly underlining our theme today, New Age Made Newer. Shreya has constantly stayed new and constantly stayed relevant by dabbling in so many fields. Success in such a variety of fields does not come easily unless you know how to market your skills and your brand convincingly, which is why we thought she'd be the perfect judge for Shark Tank. Thank you, Shreya, for accepting our invite. We had another judge planned for our event, one of our own marketing professors, Dr. Barisha Rahman. Unfortunately, she could not attend the event due to some technical glitches. We're very disappointed that she could not attend, but that being said, we are also excited to get on with the event because we have some amazing pitches lined up by our teams. So thank you again, once again, Shreya, for being with us. Thank you, teams, for your enthusiastic participation. I think we should introduce the amazing teams now. So our team 1 is from the EMBA 2022 batch, the newest batch, Latish and Vishnu. Team 2, Srinivas and Kamal, again from the EMBA 2022 batch. And the last but not the least team, Srinivas Sripada, again from the EMBA 2022 batch. So you can tell we have a very energetic EMBA 2022 batch. Again, like I said, each team will be brought onto screen to pitch their slides. You will get 2 minutes. I will say start, that is when you start pitching. I will remind you with 30 seconds left and call you out at 2 minutes. Shreya, are you good to go?
My pleasure to be here. Looking forward to the pitches.
Awesome. All right, so team 1, I hope you're ready. We're gonna bring you onto screen right about now. All right, 1, and as soon as I get a cue from Gayatri, I will say start. Start. Unmute yourself, Vishnu. Unmute yourself, Vishnu. Yes.
Yeah. Audible?
Yes,
Hello?
please. Go ahead.
Yes.
Your 2 minutes have started. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity. Let me start with a personal experience which I went through, which brings me here in front of you. And this happened around 2 years back when my kid fell down from my tabletop. And I went through such a horrifying experience, and that was one of the worst day in my life when I literally found it very hard to get in touch with a very good medical care professional and get good medical treatment for my daughter. And that was the moment of truth. And that was when I realized that if this is what is going to happen for a person like me who stays in the heart of the city like Chennai, what would be the experience and hardships that a person can go through? Like maybe a person like you can see in the figure in a rural area where it will be very difficult to get good medical facility. And we know the fact that almost more than 70% of our population stays in rural villages, and not even 20% of our good healthcare professionals are accessible to them. And that is a reality. And this is the wide gap that we are going to address to solve the to solve the problem. And the solution in front of you is our MobiCare. This MobiCare integrates the end-to-end supply chain of doctors, medical professionals, medical shop for supplying medicine, and the patient who are in need of the medicine and healthcare. And this is the integrated platform that we are going to take control of and improve so that the medical facilities and the healthcare facilities are accessible at an affordable rate for the rural masses of India.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. So so the plan is to focus primarily on the women care segment and pediatrics, and definitely it comes with a multi-scalability aspect. And we have also planned for the pilot project in 3 districts of Tamil Nadu, manning 100 employees, piloting in 30 villages with the support of medical shops and through our integrated tie-up. It is majorly a telemedicine that we are trying to offer. And the differentiating factor that we are offering as a USP is the human interface, which would be 100% within our control, and which will support the needy in ensuring that there is no disconnect.
Team, your time's up.
Segment. Since it is, yeah. So we are looking for a 40% funding extra, and we have worked out the financials as well with the viability plan. So that's it regarding the project.
Thank you, Team 1. Interesting idea.
Yeah.
Shreya, just give me a minute while
Sure.
I just give the instructions. Teams, all the pitching teams, the one who is talking should be on mute. The one who is not talking, please mute yourself. Shreya, over to you for the questions.
You said you've already created the financial plan. Have you also done a pilot, or have you already started working on the model, or is this still at ideation stage?
Thank you for your time. Basically, this is an ideation phase. As Vishnu rightly mentioned, we are intent to have a pilot study coming up, in the months to come. And we intend to have 3 different districts of Tamil Nadu spanning 30 villages. So it's in ideation stage, but we have done relatively good, thorough study about it. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so are you looking at, in terms of healthcare providers, are you looking at tying up with existing localized geographical ones, or are you looking at tying up with like a chain that provide the healthcare professionals, and where is the technology and the infrastructure going to come from?
Okay. Actually, our interest, a larger interest is over the period, this has to be around the clock availability of specialist doctors. Right now, even in Chennai city, you can't find a specialist doctor even in the night. So this is the point which we are trying to address. And telemedicine, if you see, the major issue is telemedicine is already existing, but the issue is the human connect is missing. Whether an expert doctor speaks in certain language, is he able to diagnose it properly? So we are introducing a particular trained professionals who can act as a bridge between the doctors as well as the patients. So, and what we are trying to look at is definitely there is an option to bring in the rural doctors as well. Whoever initially we will have dedicated 10 or 20 doctors on our board, Yeah, and beyond that, we will have a voluntary basis. It is like a clinic which you can operate at your home. Doctors who can, anywhere in the globe. And this is a social factor that the rural villages getting effective, and the bridging people, the entrepreneurs, they will be acting as rural entrepreneurs, because hundreds of women who can be employed through our app. Thank you.
What is the mode of employment that is being given to these women in terms of signing up or registrations, or what is the kind of training that will be required to onboard them and all of that?
Yeah, we initially intend to have a detailed medical trainings conducted by the doctors themselves, and we also planning to have a remote kind of diagnostic setups also planned, and there will be a medical kit provided to each of these rural, women. And preliminary criteria will be their education, language they will be able to speak, and maybe, for example, a lab technician or a nurse who will be interested to work on the front line will be ideal for us. And we will be acting as an aggregator also. As you can see, the medical store in the local area and the druggist in the city also will be connected, because some of the best medicine which is available in the urban area is not readily available in the rural part of India. So that also can be made available with our logistic network. That will be on the next stage of project. We'll be taking it up. Yeah.
So you're also providing, you're saying, some amount of physical infrastructure, correct?
Absolutely. There is a logistic arm also going to work on it on a later date. Yeah. Initially, we are planning to have. Sorry. Yeah. Go ahead.
Have you looked at collaborating with PHCs or public health centers, as they are called? All of India has public health centers, and some
Absolutely.
of the issues are not even to do with equipment or medication. It's to do with infrastructural issues like electricity. So about 80% the public health centers that are already existing in rural areas fail because they have dentist chairs, they have injections, but they don't have electricity to run the refrigerator to store or to run a dental chair. So, equipment is available. So also, I would recommend looking very detailed into the kind of research as to why they themselves are not functioning, because that will be inside. And you may also look at a partnership with the public health centers or the government to actually deploy those spaces, because rural India is already aware that they exist, but unfortunately, the level of care is not, like you said, is not at all where it should be.
Understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Shreya. Amazing questions. I think some really good insights for the team. Shreya, since you joined us a little late, I just want to give you one tip. While the teams are presenting, you might not be able to see the PowerPoint. Am I right?
Yeah, I'm unable to see the PowerPoint.
Okay, so you have to do an active speaker mode, Shreya. On the screen, you see something called grid view. Do you see that?
I see, yes.
Just hover on it, you will see icons.
I got it, yes.
You say active speaker video view, and then you will see a small pin-like structure at the top. You say pin participant, log participant.
Got it.
And you lock the stage. Okay?
Oh, thank you. Figured it out.
Thank you, Shreya.
Thank you so much, yeah.
Thank you, team one. Amazing pitch. May I request Shreya to go back on mute? We will ask team two to come on now. Team two, I hope you're ready. There are some amazingly detailed questions that are coming in from Shreya. Team two, can we have you on stage? All right, there you are. Hope you're ready to go. And I will give you the cue as soon as Gayatri says start. Start.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having us here for the opportunity. Let me ask a question. Whether it is a successful professional or a accomplished businessman or an elite professor at IITM, whoever we are, once we go home, we have to do some household chores so that the household runs smoothly. Is that right? Right. Now, with that, now that I have your attention, whoever is doing household chores like purchasing groceries, does it ever happen that do you know what all and how much stuff that you need to buy for your kitchen? Did you ever forget to buy the groceries, or do you know how much time you spend purchasing the groceries? And do you ever feel that am I overpaying my groceries? Am I overpaying for my groceries? These are some questions. Now let's see out a scenario. Say everybody is pretty busy people here, and then we are at home weekend, and your better half comes and reminds you to purchase that we are running out of rice or dal or sugar or eggs or anything, and then you try to make a note of it, and you need to make a purchase in due time. Otherwise, you know what is going to happen. There will be some unpleasantries happening in the house. Is it right? So this is a problem, and is there a way we can solve this problem? Can we change and make the situation better so that we can spend more time on by spending less time on this? And we have a solution. Kesha, can you go to the next slide, please? Right. The idea is this: we have a product called Cures. It's a IoT-enabled integrated smart modular kitchen system, wherein we do not have to anybody have to spend any time looking up what groceries we have at the moment in our house and how much to buy. At any point of time, the solution actually it's an integrated IoT system wherein we have measures what is the amount of groceries like dal or sugar or rice and so on. How much we have in the house is readily seen in your on your mobile app, and it is the smart integrator system is also intelligent enough because it is connected to the cloud system.
30 seconds to go.
Sure, it's the cloud, and so that it knows it figures out what is the best deal out there for you, and then reminds you how much stuff you need to buy at what point of time. So all that you have to do is few button clicks, and then it lets your groceries come to your home without much of your indulgence. It saves you time, and as you see, if you have more time, you can have more quality time with you rather than having unpleasant situations in the house. So that's all we have. So what we have is a smart integrator and aggregator for your grocery needs.
Thank you, team. Something that's much needed in today's times. Can we have Shreya back on screen so she can ask them questions that she might have? Yes, thank you. Shreya?
Yeah, so my question to you is, how much is this going to be priced at? I'm guessing it's an application with an IoT device that you will install in the kitchen or on the racks, right?
That is correct. Kamal, you want to take it?
Yeah, I will continue. Yes, it is IoT-enabled smart shelf, which should be integrated with the modular kitchen. So it will keep track of the stock, what is available there in the racks, and then when it is down beyond a certain limit, so it will replenish on its own. So it would trigger a signal. So it will go to an aggregator, where the aggregator will conduct a study. So which which service provider, say the Amazon Pantry or Big Basket, so which one does provide a competitive price, and then it places order directly, and then a payment link will be sent to the consumer, and then it's very simple that they need to pay, and automatically the materials get delivered at their place. The only thing is much of a discipline is required for them to place the right product in the right place.
Answering your question, I think we didn't answer the question about how much would it cost. It depends on the size of the kitchen, how many units we are going to cover, and that would scale the price would scale based on that, and also depends on the type of the grocery, the amount, the kinds of sensor, the load cells that we need to put in, which will determine whether you are having a 20 kg tracking or a 500 gram tracking. So the price would vary depending on the customizations.
Okay, so what is your base starting price that you would offer? Let's say like a two-member family, or I don't know what your slabs are. How have you slabbed them? I know you're talking about volumes, but in terms of number of people, what is the base slab?
To be frank, right now we have not arrived at the prices because it is fully customizable one, and we have done a basic analysis of probably for per tray it may cost somewhere close to 6,000 to 8,000 INR. So it again depends upon the number of trays getting used or getting consumed.
Okay, that's not a bad start pricing to start with. My next question then is: which stage of the idea are you at? Are you still at ideation stage, or have you started prototyping? Have you done testing? Which stage of the idea are you at right now?
No, it is in the basic idea stage only. We have done lots of research and then have collected sufficient data, and then we have conducted a feasibility study whether it is feasible in the market. So it is in that stage.
And the technology you said is going to connect to a cloud and then an aggregator, right? So, what is the kind of technology investment you'll be looking at? Because then you have to look at building the app, you'll have the cloud integration, the aggregator system, and you'll also have the IoT costing. So, have you worked out a financial model for the business itself? Or is that?
I'll answer one part of the question, which is the product side of it, which and the technology side of it, this is powered through Arduino, and then maybe Raspberry or Arduino, and then they are connected to these individual load sets, different very types of load sensors. They are all connected to internal Wi-Fi connectivity in the individual's home, and then the intelligence is built into our own custom analytics app, which will actually get into the and get the data from different providers like Walmart or DMart or Grofers and so on. So in technological point of view, it is very simple and straightforward. There is not much integration, but the integration with respect to the suppliers like Amazon, that has to be worked out, and which we anticipate that once we have this handshake about the number of requests or the purchase coming. Yeah, sorry, am I deviating?
No, I'm sorry, I lost the screen. I can't see you, so I'm just.
I hope I'm audible, if not visible. My point. Yeah, okay, thank you. The point was there are two fronts to it. Technological implementation side and the home side is all worked out in the sense that the feasibility point. What is yet to be finalized is how do we integrate with the vendors, as in Amazon or Flipkart, and then so that we have to do the comparative analytics to determine what is the best price that we can offer. So that is yet to be worked out. The POC has not yet been established, but we understand it is feasible.
Yeah, to continue.
I must call a time check here because we do have one more team. But Shreya, we do have a WebEx link set up for you. If you want our participants to log into that, so you can.
No, this is good. I'm good. Thank you. This is my last question anyway.
Thank you. Thank you, team. I think I was really impressed by the IoT, the grocery aggregator concept of it, and I think Shreya asked some really insightful questions that sliced right through to the viability of the business model. So learning a lot here. And right on time, our last but not least team, a single one-man army team, Sripada from the EMBA 2022 batch. Sripada, are you ready?
Yes, Navya.
Yes, can we have him on screen, please, Keshav? Alrighty. And your time just starts as soon as Gayatri. Yes, start.
Fantastic. Good evening. So we all know, right? So luck don't take to the top. Get your next slide. And then shortcuts. Come on, it is not for a journey. Next slide, please. Whereas teamwork brings with diligence will take us to the highest possible heights. Slide, please. So I want to introduce the brand called embacareer.com for the people who set their journey to the top, a high octane individuals who want to reach the top. So that's pretty much the idea about. And Shreya, there is no better person I can pitch in this idea with, because the best manifestation of high octane individual is in front of me. And yeah, with that, I just want to open for the questions. Today, I'm here to raise close to 40 lakhs of cash for my equity of 10%. That's there on the stake. So this is our first pitch.
Awesome. Yeah.
So my first question is, so what does the platform do? What will it help in terms of the mechanics that will go into creating or crafting this journey for these high octane individuals?
Fantastic. So the fundamental points so far we have is IIM Careers, Naukri, all these job platforms are intended only for people who just post their resumes there, and then when some employer comes in, then yeah, we are the match may happen, may not happen. Whereas our platform is looking forward for how we can take these high potential individuals, some of our executive MBA students who are after having a long journey in their careers taking extra pain to come to college and then unlearn and relearn things. So that shows that they're really high octane individuals. So how we can take them and then polish their skills further so that they can directly get into the mid to senior level categories. So it platforms operates in two different mechanisms. Students can onboard onto this platform just like any other platform, and then actual discussion starts from there. Because these people happen to be already established and credible people on the platform, we will be peer learning as well as we will have the top notch mentors. Probably we will be reaching you soon there to help us in some of the aspects. And then we can make them actually a industry top talent and ready talent. And then second key point I just want to mention, Shreya, here is typically the all other job platforms. We see that, and then when we just log in once, immediately we'll be getting called, hey sir, are you looking for a job change? No. Whereas we believe in EMBA careers, it is not like a one incident or a one thing that will happen sometime randomly in life. Career is a journey. That's what our story is all about. And then we want to empower these people all the long, right? So, for example, how they are doing today. Are they really happy with their job? Where they are struggling? How can we help them? How can these mentors can help them? So it is a very closed loop, octane individuals only.
How will you make the assessment of high octane individuals, especially if you're trying to seek? Is there an assessment tool you've gotten? Is there a cloud sort of mechanism? What are the mechanics of arriving at who you're going to onboard as mentors or as individual to tap into the network?
So there are like three level principles that we are following here, Shreya. One is we are restricting the entry into this portal by only for the top 50 colleges, internationally and nationally, right? So we will be taking each country by country, and then we will say only the top 50 colleges in that specific country will be part of this portal. Not everyone can join. I'm sorry. But second way is, okay, once someone onboarded, we will try to understand their profile in a deep search manner, because we are already like having IBM Watson on which like we are building our platform already, which is like 30 days away from launching. So we will be understanding how their key skills are, and then what exactly their job profile is, how normal their job profile is in general. Like for example, if I'm taking a product line manager or a program manager, what is the typical skills that are available in the market, and then how far these guys fared in that space, right? So we will be, and then third level is having a one-on-one conversation. The one-on-one conversation is the most powerful tool that no one can even replace that with any level of artificial. So these three levels we will try to assess the people and then segregate them and then ensure that yeah, we do have people of high octane again.
Have you thought of any collaboration futuristically with LinkedIn? Because apart from being a job marketplace, a learning space, and a mentorship platform, so you're combining all of that. So there may be are you looking at an eventual acquisition, or are you looking at a collaboration?
We actually, Shreya, I know this is on live YouTube, but I just want to tell like a comedy story of the background information that we are like thinking at some point in time we should go and acquire some of these companies, right? Which are there trading in
Sorry, I missed that line. I'm sorry, I missed that line. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, we are having a sideline conversations within our team. Like along with me, there is a partner called Nithya. She's also part of our class, and then she's the backbone here, but she's not here on the screen today, but like she's watching this. So we are having this, and at some point in time, we should go acquire companies which are trading in BSE. That's like our vision. And then EMBA Careers is like one of the brand from our organization, right? So we don't want to like stop at EMBAcareers.com. We may be trying to replicate this success story and then scale up across multiple segments. It could be from the hospitality, it could be from the nursing, it could be from the any stream, but like only high octanes.
Understood. Thank you so much. I'm done with my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Shripada. I'm just looking at some of the comments. So can we have Shreya back on? That brings us to the end of the team's pitching. But since we have some time, I'd like to chat with Shreya, if that's okay. I know we didn't get a lot of time to introduce you in the beginning, so we'd like to do a little bit of a chat. We have about 20 minutes left.
I'm happy to have a conversation. Nicely done, teams. All three great ideas. So congratulations.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the YouTube live chat. So many compliments on how you're questioning them, how very precise your questions are. For the teams, there are some comments. Main drawback of telemedicine would be lack of senses such as touch. I think this is for the second team. Shripada, I think you have 100 plus subscribers already. People are chatting here. lots of compliments for Shripada. And great vision. So very nicely done, team. May I ask all the teams to mute themselves? So Shreya, I was watching your TEDx talk, and eternally at crossroads. And let me tell you, I had to pause it just to kind of wrap my head around all the different fields you listed out. And I was like, how is it possible one person does so many? Right? Like high octane individual, I think Shripada put it best. So I want to ask you two questions today. One, what is was it a conscious choice to go into so many different fields, or it just kind of happened? And when I say was it a conscious choice, our theme for today is New Age Made Newer, right? Was it a conscious choice? No, I want to be new. I want to be relevant. That's question number one. And question number two is more to your marketing and communication expertise. When you're designing a pitch or when you're hearing a pitch, what is it that you're looking for? What highlights that winning pitch for you? Or what do you think? What goes into your thought process to design a winning pitch? So those are the two questions I have for you.
For the first one, I think I've lived most of my life very organically. I've never really thought of what to do. I've only followed this very strong rule of knowing what not to do, because it's always simpler to eliminate what you surely don't want to get into. It's always easier to say, okay, these are the things I'm very clear that I will not get into. Everything else has been a very organic sort of go with the flow kind of a journey. So every opportunity that has come and it has excited me, I've sort of chased it. And I think the sum total of all of those opportunities have resulted in perhaps the space that I am in today. Really grateful also to a lot of the people who never really questioned this mad desire to not be focused on just one thing. I keep saying this, you can multitask, but when you're doing something, immerse yourself 100% in it. And when you're done, move on to the next thing. So a lot of people ask me, why would you take on so much? And I keep saying, but I don't. When I'm doing something, I'm just doing that. I just finish that and go to the next thing. So I think it's just been more of an organic opportunity chasing, dream come true sort of a thing. So.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. I think I was at a panel discussion yesterday, and I remember this was a panel discussion for women leaders. And I remember every one of those women leaders, including me, we were saying the same thing. We were like, I think Indra Nooyi from PepsiCo, she herself has said, if you do something, do it 100%. And when you're passionate about something, I think that 100% just comes true, right? So amazing answer. I like that. I like how you said it's organic and it just kind of went. What about your second question?
Yeah, in terms of marketing and communications, I think I spent my entire almost career life in college life doing just that. So when you ask me about thoughts around it, I think I'm very, very conscious about the kinds of brands I work with and the kinds of brands that I want to be associated with. So I've chosen my journey in marketing also very consciously. I've worked with IT products and services. I've worked with HR, background screening, now in BFSI. One of the rules I follow is I never repeat an industry because I will then not work with competition in that industry. So if I work with an organization, I've built it up, it's my story, it's my legacy. So I don't want to work with anybody else in that segment who could perhaps be competition. So that's one rule around marketing communications, because I believe in building brands that are resilient and sustainable. And I also have an entire list of brands that I will not work with because they're not ethical. I will not name them here, but then I have a unethical brand. I will not work with them. List. I don't buy from them, so I've consciously started eliminating brands. So I think as a marketing communications person, you hold immense responsibility when you're selling an idea to somebody. And through the pandemic, we've seen how much of an important role brands play in making sure that the narrative is strong and that they're actually not just focused on profiteering, but actually being the change. So I think to me, marketing and communication is not just about marketing a product, but it's an ideology, it's ethics, it's, there's so much of scope in the whole space of changing the world with your communication. I think I'm inspired by, and I want to continue to work in this space because of that. Did I miss a part of your question? Because I know that question also had two parts.
No, I think that was the question. And I was actually chuckling away when you said, I never work with an industry that I worked in. At your pace, I think you're going to start running out of industries. We're going to have to start inventing new industries, I think. That was an interesting answer. I like the answer in two parts. I like that you said, again, it goes back to your 100% principle, I think. When you work in an industry, you build it up your 100% and that's it. You leave it to be sustainable. And I like the second part that you said, which is that brands play such an important role now, especially in the pandemic, but even otherwise, because we're at a point in time where we're talking about climate change, and we're talking about sustainability, we're talking about green energy. So yes, more and more brands need to start getting responsible, right? So I like that you have a list. I'm going to have to reach out to you privately.
We have to privately.
Privately. Let me kind of go off of something else you said relating to the pandemic. Our theme today is New Age Made Newer, meaning that everything that we kind of considered as normal, including working, has changed completely. So again, I'm going to put it as a two-part question, because we are MBA students. So at the end of the day, we always come back to two-part, three-part, four-part questions, because you got to score the marks. So what I'll ask you is two things. Number one, how do you see things transitioning 1 year from now? What do you think the world from 1 year from now is going to be like? Whether it be sustainable, technology, marketing, whatever it is. And number two, how have you had to step up marketing campaigns? Do you think? How have brands been required to step up marketing campaigns, given that you can't rely on billboards and posters, and you can't rely on people going out and buying stuff? So what do you think?
So the first part of the answer is, how is next year going to pan out? 1 year from now, how's the world going to be? I have a two-part answer to this also. I have a how I wish the world to be, but in reality, I know how the world will be. How I wish the world to be is to be more conscious and aware of the fact that this is one of the first of many such issues that are going to crop up. Because of climate change, imbalances caused to nature, because of severe profiteering, and because of not consciously focusing on sustainability. So I'm hoping and wishing that people will start shifting their focus from actual consumerist behavior to acquisition to money and greed, to more long-term sustainable solutions, because this planet does not belong to us. We are only passing by. And there's a very famous stand-up comedian, George Carlin, who says, I'm sick of these people who keep saying we should save the earth. The earth will be fine. The earth was here before you, will be there much after you pass. But, so in conscious awareness of that, is when you will realize that it's a legacy that you want to leave behind, and then then you will start changing what you're chasing. So today, if organizations and brands are chasing, not today, at least 6 months ago, if they were chasing a certain number, a revenue, a target, in the last 6 months, you've had enough examples to show you why all of that becomes irrelevant. If you're going to be spending your life fearing more than anything else and living in paranoia of a pandemic that you brought on yourselves as a world, so I think there is merit in becoming a lot more conscious. There is merit in consumer resistance. We don't ever give enough thought to the fact that as consumers we have the power to change the world because we buy from brands. My grandpa told me a story once about onions and how onions had become 80 rupees. And he said everybody stopped buying onions in that small town. And suddenly there were so many onions that 2 days after nobody ate onions, the price came down to 20 rupees because suddenly there was an excess.
Yeah.
Economics, and there are enough economists, there are enough climate change activists, there are enough people talking about it, only if you know what to listen to and what to follow. So I think it's about building a conscious culture of awareness, of improving the world from where it is, not destroying it anymore. But on the flip side, I'm very worried that we will go back to exactly where we were 6 months ago. Once the pandemic, human tendency is to be playing on all of these aspects of greed and want and desire and all of it. So I'm hoping that there will be a change, but my worry is that we won't change.
Yeah, I think I like that is one of my favorite quotes as well, that the earth has continued to be there, will continue to be there, and it will probably violently take it back if you continue to stress it. I think that's very, very relevant. And I also like the economics example that you gave. How do you think, the second part of the question, how do you think marketing and communication or marketing campaigns have to be, all the boundaries still apply. You've got to be responsible. You've got to be engaging. You've got to capture the sensory memory of the customer. All of that still stays. But now we have what we are doing right now. It's all virtual. So how do campaigners step up? How do marketers step up?
So firstly, every business will have a vision and a purpose. And if you have a strong vision and a purpose, you can connect the solution that you're providing with either your product or your service to current times. So I think it goes back to why you started what you started. It goes back to what was the larger vision to be brought by that product or that service into the planet. When you look at that, then you start realizing what is the kind of value then you want to provide at a point in time when perhaps people can't buy from you, when perhaps people don't have the wherewithal, when people perhaps don't have jobs. How is it that you can provide value and continue to stay relevant? So providing value, relevance, being empathetic and compassionate as brands. Yes, everybody is suffering, so awareness and knowledge. So if you can combine all of these and sort of then formulate a strategy that is about saying, I'm here, we're still here, we've not gone anywhere, we are conscious of the fact that you're struggling, we know what you're going through, we can still provide all of this within these limitations that we ourselves have. And there is a lot of power in community-based activities, and if brands can leverage that in their own narratives, there's a lot that can be done with joining hands collectively. So I think it's about that. It's about building a narrative that is stronger than the 6 months of a pandemic that will last out because you had your values in place, because you had your purpose, vision, all of that aligned.
Providing value, relevance, and being empathetic. I think that's amazing. Let me ask you, you can take a minute to think about it. I think this will be out of left field. I have seen a lot of campaigns personally in the last 6 months. Some of them have really stepped up their game and been especially empathetic. What has been your favorite campaign in the past 6 months that has connected the pandemic to the product in an indirect way?
Actually, I'll tell you what hasn't been my favorite. A lot of brands went with these dark colors. We are with you. You're lonely. You're depressed. So there have been a lot of very similar looking advertisements that have come in the last 6 months or so, and they're all about loneliness, and they're all about. So there's been a sense of doom, which you're accelerating by actually showcasing that. Whereas I think brands that did the opposite, which is to say, there's still a silver lining, there's still these awesome things that are happening, or brands that have actually done a lot of work because of for eliminating plastic, for instance. Brands that have actually done work at the grassroots levels, I think, stood out for me versus those that were going with the overall sentiment and trying to make a quick impact. So I think the more brands go deeper and explore themselves and question themselves, they get to build a lot more resilient, sustainable campaigns that will outlast their current life or the people's lives that are there right now, versus going with the flow and doing a me too in some form of competition, saying they're doing, so let's do something. Versus, I think, just looking deeper and just keeping to your truth. Your brand truth is what matters.
Interesting. I think you touched upon an element of UCB that we learned, consumer behavior that we learned. That is, we know it's depressing outside. You don't have to tell us that again. Maybe you've got to go the other way. And yeah, I love that. I also saw that you didn't particularly touch upon an example, but I like that how you talked about the quality of the brand that you like, which is very interesting. I wish I could keep on chatting, Shreya. It's been an amazing time chatting with you. We are almost on top of the hour. What I'm going to ask you is, we have set up a separate WebEx link for you to communicate with our coordinators, Swapnika and Gayatri, to help you with the scoring. If you would like the participants to join there so you can finish up asking questions, we can ask them too. So please let Swapnika or Gayatri know that.
No, I'm good actually. I just meet them and score them. I'm done with my questions and I've got my answers. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. It has been an absolute honor to have you here, Shreya.
It was a pleasure to be a part of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that brings us to the end of our Shark Tank ceremony. I must say, these ideas, they're just so creative. And let me tell you, our participants are full-time professionals. They have their MBA courses. And on top of that, to come up with such engaging, socially conscious ideas, I'm just blown away. Thank you also, Shreya, for such insightful and such amazingly incisive questions. I think you've given them something to think about. That brings us to the end of this ceremony. Again, if you're watching us on YouTube Live, do leave us comments in the live chat. I will be reading it out. The next person to come on, Swapnika, she will also be reading it out. Stay with us in about 10 minutes. We're going to have a panel discussion with two very eminent business personalities that we are very excited about. So stay with us. We will be back in 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Embark 2020, the first ever virtual business event by the EMBA students of Department of Management Studies, IIT Madras. I hope you're all having a great time watching the show, which started with an extremely motivating speech by Mr. Ganesh Nayak, Executive Director, Zydus Group, on New Age Made Newer, followed by a special Shark Tank event where we had 3 pitch ideas in less than 120 seconds each. They were nothing but wow. So was the judge, Ms. Shreya Krishnan, Senior VP, Head of Marketing and Communications, Anviti Brokers. Her energetic personality and fabulous conversation only made this afternoon perkier and cheerful. To keep the energy going on and to bring in the business perspectives to tune our technological minds, I have with me 2 dynamic and inspiring leaders of India. While one comes with 3 decades of wisdom and experience, the other is young and a new age leader in the making. Diverse personalities and are actually polar opposites in terms of their professional journeys, but interestingly, with a common theme to both their success stories. They're both enthusiasts of technology. They were and are vested in staying relevant in an ever changing world, to constantly learn and innovate. They stand as an epitome for our theme this year, New Age Made Newer. Mr. Varun Sridhar and Dr. Anand Deshpande. Mr. Varun Sridhar is the CEO of Paytm's financial services arm, Paytm Money, and has been a driving force behind the equity platform launch. He believes in building a client-centric product that will serve every Indian, get Bharat to invest in stocks, mutual funds, and NPS. Mr. Sridhar has led the digital transformation journey of some of the top retail banks in India and abroad. Most recently, he served as CEO of Finchil India, where he launched Realme Pesa, a fintech platform on mobile. Prior to this role, he was with BNP Paribas for close to 8 years, where amongst other assignments, he supported the acquisition of Sharekhan. As a board member and member of the executive committee, he supported the scale up of the digital equity brokerage and mutual fund business. He did his MBA from the prestigious SDA Boccani School of Management, Milan, Italy, and graduated from the University of Delhi. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. On the other hand, we have Dr. Anand Deshpande, the founder, chairman, and managing director of Persistent Systems. He's responsible for the overall leadership, strategy, and management of the company. A true technology visionary, his strengths lie in identifying and investing in next generation technologies early on and encouraging internal entrepreneurship to ensure that Persistent stays at the forefront of technology innovation. He has been the driving force in growing Persistent from startup with less than 10 people in 1990 to over 10,000 employees in 2020. Having completed 30 years this May, it is now a publicly traded global company. Dr. Deshpande has been recognized for his technology and business leadership, as well as his contributions to public welfare. Persistent Systems won the prestigious 2020 ISG Star of Excellence Award in Class Customer Experience, along with 4 more awards a few days ago. Congratulations, sir. Dr. Deshpande's recent awards include CSI Fellowship Award for Outstanding Achievement in the Field of Information Technology, Career Achievement Award from the School of Informatics at Indiana University, Bloomington, and the IIT Kharagpur Distinguished Alumnus Award. Prior to founding Persistent Systems in 1990, Dr. Deshpande began his career at HP Laboratories in Palo Alto, California. He holds a BTech honors in Computer Science and Engineering from IIT Kharagpur and Master's and PhD in Computer Science from Indiana University. Put your hands together. Yes, we can hear you in welcoming both Mr. Varun Sridhar and Dr. Deshpande. Hello, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion. We are extremely honored to have you both join Embark 2020. I am personally delighted to have this conversation with you both today. So we have broken this segment into 3 segments, this conversation into 3 segments with comprehensive questions we compiled from our students. The first segment, we shall have conversation on the theme of the fest, dealing with crisis and being dynamic. The second segment will be a fun rapid fire segment. And the third one will be the questions which the audience will put up in the chat on YouTube right now. So without any further delay, let's get started. My first question, how is your individual journey, would you define new age becoming newer? How have you embraced change in your journeys? Mr. Sridhar, you would like to go first?
Okay, sure. Thank you, Swapnika. Good evening, everyone. Apologies in advance if my connection hangs up. I'm on top of a hill. But no, first of all, privileged to be here. Anand, I did not know all that about your profile. So as I sit here next to you, I feel a bit overwhelmed and happy, and I'm looking forward to you speaking. But no, congratulations to the students to organize something like this during a crisis. Very briefly, maybe the only thing I share with all of you is I graduated out of a crisis. So when I started my MBA, month one was Lehman Brothers collapse, and I wanted to be an investment banker. And there lie my dreams. And I changed everything in my life. So as you go into this, you have my empathy, you have my courage, and you have my support. So I'm looking forward to it. But let's answer the first question, Swapnika, which you asked, which is to say, hey, how is the new age becoming newer? I think there are three trends which are changing. First, obviously, is anybody who says digital is coming is wrong, because digital is history. I think there's a new wave of change that's happening in the world, which is a combination or confluence of your mobile, analytics, and tech altogether. So I think that's the first thing changing. The second thing changing is value of life. I think the whole importance of thinking about what does life mean, and Corona has brought that to India. And I think many people before would say, hey, what's the value of life? Let's just go live it the way it is. And I think there's this whole sense of fear and identification that, hey, I am beyond work. My life means more. What can I contribute? And I think those are the second questions which will lead in a lot of business changes. And I think the third thing is that all these young startups and young minds out there who are willing to challenge the incumbent. It's like a sumo wrestlers fight, the big giant elephant, or David and Goliath, if you may, or the small guy who's 22, who doesn't have capital but has a great brain, now wanting and willing to build great companies. So, on behalf of Paytm Money, thank you to invite me here. But I think those are the three key trends on new becoming newer.
Right, sir. I think that is something that Dr. Deshpande will definitely echo. He is being invested in analytics technology. So what do you think, sir, about new age becoming newer? While he comes back to us, as he's probably experiencing a technical glitch, I will put my second question to you, Mr. Sridhar. What do you think is essential to stay relevant with technology? Like you had just mentioned that now it's like it's an old thing. We are now in the mobile technology, if I have to put it that way. So what is essential to stay relevant with technology?
I think, I'll answer the questions from two perspectives. I'll first take the perspective of a student, and then I'll take the perspective of a company, right? And I think from a perspective of a student, which I think is the audience here, I would tell you two things. I'm going on 40 now, and I think having lost a bunch of my hair, I think I could say that I don't code, and I'm still okay. But I think for a student coming into the markets now, trying to work, getting your coding right, getting to know how is technology, what is technology. So you may be an art student, you may be a mathematician, you may be a scientist, or you may be a painter. But I think there's no more a place left for a student in the world to say, I will not understand tech, I will not code. And I think that's one big change. The second big change is the same. If you can't do Hadoop, you can't do R, you can't do Python, or at least you can't ask those questions, your relevance, if you're at IIT Madras doing an MBA, you're already bright. You're in the top 1% of India. But from the top 1% to get a CXO position or to found your own company and become great, I think if you can't code, even a basic stuff, or you can't do analytics, or you can't ask those questions, 10 years from today, you'll be relevant because some robot will take over what you're doing, right? Or some other person younger than you will take it over. I think that's a student perspective. If I was to switch it on to a company's perspective, like a company like ours, like Paytm Money, I think the key question from a fintech world is as follows. Consumers are becoming simpler. Products are becoming far more complex. Expectations are going up roof rocket, but nobody wants to pay for it, right? And that's a very strange world to be in because you're getting pulled. It's like the rubber band that's getting pulled across the 9 planets, right? And you get pulled in the morning on something, and by evening, your reason why changes, and the world is really spinning very fast. So as a company, I think the question is how to keep disrupting yourself and how to keep saying ideas have no value, implementation does. And I say this often. And to go keep going on this whole journey of saying, I I have Swapnika, I have 20, 30 consumer segments in front of me. How do I make this so simple and so easy? And I think that's going to be the relentless pursuit of any examples.
1 minute, I'm on the bridge now, but
so the question I ask today is only 50 million in mutual funds. Yes, we can hear you at least.
Yes, yes, Dr. Deshpande,
So
I can
as I
hear
was
you
saying,
right
I think
now. Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Sridhar. I think we'll continue with you first.
I'll wait for Anand to
Sorry for the. It's okay, Mr. Sridhar. We can get going, and Mr. Deshpande will just pitch in after that.
Yeah.
Sorry for the interruption here.
As a company, the question is, how do you investments to 300 million? So, the question is, when will India have 5 million Indians investing in mutual funds, because that's the true growth, right? And I think that's the broad banding of the Indian market that we need to do. And that question can only get answered with a combination of tech and everybody's life and merging analytics with it.
You see me, but I don't hear audio right now.
Swapnika,
do you hear me?
I can't hear you anymore. You muted.
I think everyone got muted for a second. Sure, we're just fixing up a technical challenge here. So
Sorry,
let's
I
just
think I
pause for
should
a
be
second.
back. Do you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir. You're back. All right.
Sorry about that.
Yes. Not a problem, sir. We understand that this is the virtual world that we're dealing with, and it comes with a certain set of hiccups, and we are much aware of it. So yes, sir. Going back to Mr. Sridhar's point, that it's very valid that customers these days, we expect, as a customer, if I have to put it, I expect something simpler, something at my fingertips. But we understand the challenge behind, coding it. The algorithm is extremely complex. And I think that's where I'll put this question to Dr. Deshpande, who comes with an immense knowledge and experience in technology and coding and algorithm. So, what do you think, sir, is the common error or the common miscalculations that the current generation is doing in terms of, in terms of staying relevant? What's stopping people from staying relevant and, becoming newer and newer going by the day?
See, I think we are making a wrong assumption to believe that people are not staying relevant. I think by and large, the newer generation is far more relevant and tries to stay far more relevant than perhaps people in my generation or even older. Just to give you an interesting quote, in my IIT days, I used my father's textbook in electrical engineering. My son couldn't have used my engineering book. So things are changing really fast and people are staying abreast. And I think one of the things that has made this possible, of course, is the internet, where we have a lot more opportunities. I think it is imperative for us to stay current in the context of where we are. And I think COVID has forced us to really think about how education and how can you learn on an ongoing basis. And I think we have learned a lot in the last 6 months of working from home. And for me personally, I found that I discovered many new places to learn, something I would not have ever thought of in the past. And I think the new generation, and I can say this about my kids, they are actually very abreast with what's going on. They are the ones who keep telling me new things to read. I get most of my book recommendations and webinar recommendations from my kids actually.
Yes, sir. I certainly agree with you upon that, because when we were planning this entire fest, it had to happen virtually, and obviously it came with a bunch of hiccups, bunch of complications, and a lot of brainstorming. So I totally echo with you. But I would like to understand, according to you, what are the miscalculations that are going on, that are stopping from becoming newer, or some kind of lessons that you have learned, and probably some kind of teachings for our audience.
No, see, I think one of the important things that everyone needs to realize, and to some extent Warren pointed this out as well, is that, see, we are operating in a world, at least at the moment, where we are not very clear about where the future is going to be and how it's going to be. So I think one of the most important things that we have learned in this last 6 months again, and something that we will carry on for the rest of our life is to be agile and be nimble. So you don't always know a plan, you don't always have the plan on how you're going to get to the end goal. You have to have a purpose in life that's to where you are trying to go, and you have to have the will and persistence to make it there. And a lot of it has to do by navigating one step at a time, looking at what is possible, and being willing to take those changes and challenges that you get in. What I find sometimes is that people get very stuck with one way of doing things, they're not very flexible, and then they get frustrated when they don't get the results that they were expecting. So, a lot of this is about managing your expectations and ensuring that you are getting to where you want to get to, but taking those steps, moving around, navigating your way to your end goal.
Right. So I think on this note, I will put this question to Mr. Sridhar now because he has navigated through multiple different business spaces. So, what would be your advice to people exploring different business spaces? I mean, what was your thought process? What were your calculations and strategies? Would you like to share something about that?
You are on mute.
Mr. Sridhar, are you with us? You're on mute.
Yeah, no, I couldn't unmute myself for some strange reason. Yeah. Yeah. So I think, I'd give you maybe three practical things that I often tell, youngsters or my own self, right? I think I look up to the mirror and in my 18, 19 years in banking, I've at least made three big mistakes. I've had trouble in my career. I've had days when I have cried at work, even men cry, right? And I think, from those learnings, I can tell you some things that I would urge young students not to do again, right? And I think the first thing is, I think Anand put it very well, don't fall in love with your own ideas, right? Ideas, and most people have this thing saying, hey, I've got this brilliant discovery, I'm going to change the world, let me go on the path. And I think the vision is right. Maybe the path can be relooked at every second day. Maybe you could get some honest criticism along the way. More often than not, when you fall in love with what you really love and you're passionate about, you tend to lose it. So I work with Vijay, who's the founder of Paytm very often these days, and I love the man. I have a lot of respect for him because he's able to, even though he is who he is, and he's transformed Indian payments, he's there at the front, talking about things, and he works very operationally even today. So I look at him as a product manager, right? And we have product manager debates even today, when by far he is the largest fintech owner in India today, right? And I think so. Message number one: don't fall in love with your own ideas. Message number two: ideas are only as good when they're implemented. There have been thousands of Ubers, thousands of Paytm, thousands of Netflix, but actually only a few have succeeded and are succeeding. So work very hard on implementation, right? And I think the third idea or the third suggestion I would make very concretely is as follows. Most people only think of a stakeholder. So if you're running a startup or you're a manager or you're working for something, you either work for a customer or you work for an investor. I think getting the balance right between an investor, a customer, and your employees is a very tricky thing. But it's like a triangle where you need to keep changing the sizes all the time. It's, if you try and draw an equilateral triangle all your life, you're going to fail. If you try and make it a line, you're going to fail. If you try and make it a one-way street, a dot, you're definitely going to fail. But if you keep managing the three things, so imagine you're on a trapeze and you have a triangle in your hand, which is flexible. It's not of hard lines, but it's of a rope. And I think that's the third trick I always tell people as young managers. So I think these are three things I would say be careful, watch out for. The rest, I think the younger generation is amazing. I fall in love every time I come to these events because I meet these one or two very special kids. I hate doing this over a laptop and looking into my screen. I would love to do this in person because after you can catch up with those young minds for beer and you're still talking about something and, exchanging and making a new magic happen. So.
Absolutely, sir. As much as we would have loved having you in person, this is the best we could do at this point of time. And we still love this conversation. And thank you so much for being available with us today. And especially making these three suggestions, which are very valid and important. I think the first thing is where people get extremely attached to their ideas. They get very attached to their ideas that it stops them from actually progressing in terms of understanding that whether that product or whatever they're trying to bring out to the market is relevant to customers or not. It's more from their perspective that the research happens. And there goes by in a lot of customer research. So now I would like to ask Dr. Deshpande, so I mean, through the generation of persistent, I would call it like the era generations of persistent, as to how it has aged. I think where persistence started to where it is now, there was a lot of evolution, and I think these are some of the ideas that you must have followed. So we would like to understand what were the ideas that you have picked up, what were the ideas that you have followed in this journey of persistent. What are you
Yes.
talking
So I
about?
think, yes. So thanks for asking that question. Clearly, we've been in business for 30 years. And if you looked at India in 1990, when I started the business, and what you look at India now and what is possible, things have changed dramatically. So what happens is that whatever you may have planned in 1990 was not going to continue for now. So clearly, you have to go through these evolutions and change course as you go along. One thing I want to share, since you guys are all business school students, is that businesses don't grow in a linear fashion. You go through these S curves in that sense. So you do certain things, you'll see growth for a period of time, and if you don't do something different, you'll tend to plateau out and stay there, and eventually go down because you can't just stay flat on a curve. So you end up having to find your way down. So what happens is that in a business also, you can't just be growing linearly. You have to keep morphing yourselves to different models and different ways of thinking. So we are in our fourth S curve in a sense in 30 years. So what happens every 8, 10 years, you find out that your business model starts to not work very well. It tends to plateau out. You seem to flatten out. And what you need to do in from first orbit or first S to the second S, and what you need to do from the second to third, third to fourth, and fourth to fifth is quite different. You need different kinds of skills, you need different teams, different way of thinking, different kinds of money, different ways of selling. And each of these transformations is quite traumatic for everyone in the company, especially for the senior management and the management team and the founders as well. So making that transition is a very hard part of the job, and that is in fact one of the biggest challenges that I see in my business as well. So when you start out, you are running everything yourselves, then you bring a team along, you have different ways of thinking. And this is something that has happened, also happens to some extent in personal life as well. So the kinds of decisions you would make in your first 10 years of the career and the second and the third are very different from each other. And this is something I've been trying to work on, and we can talk about some of those as well.
Right, sir. I totally get it. I think through this transition, I'm certain that this transition is difficult, but through this, it's very important to preserve the USP of your business, preserve that, and trying to constantly, change. So how do you? Can you give us some advice or some tip on how to preserve that USP?
See, I think you have to preserve the USP is one part of it. You have to preserve the culture part of the business. What you sell and what people are buying has to evolve, because if you keep everything to be the same, then something has to change. So what you're selling, how you are selling, and how the world looks at you has to change as you go from one evolution to the other. But while you're doing that, there are certain set of core values that you want to maintain across this, and that's what holds people together. Is the core values and your beliefs. Exactly what you do depends on the context and in the situation that you are in. So you can't hold on to exactly, oh, we've always done this, so we should keep doing that. I think you need to have the flexibility to keep changing and evolving to what you need to do. And it is hard to make that transition. And a lot of times you need different sets of people at different stages of the company as well. So some of that also plays in as you look at the growth in a company.
Right, sir. I think it's difficult and it's important too. So it's I think they go hand in hand. I think this now reminds me of the series episode at which Mr. Sridhar had delivered recently about virtual leadership at PIBM. He mentioned that in a boom period you worry, in a crisis period you are daring because you have nothing to lose. I think that's again in an intersection between a challenge, importance, difficulty, and then you're trying to move forward. Mr. Sridhar, it's very interesting and very entrepreneurial. Can you share more about this philosophy?
Yeah, no, thank you for, first of all, thank you for doing the research. I thought nobody sees the videos that we do. So I'm actually quite happy that you guys actually saw something. I'm going to be careful next time I speak, right? But the thing is as follows, right? I've been through 3 crises in my life, big ones. The first time was 2008. I paid a bomb to study in Milan. My wife was studying in US. We borrowed all sorts of loans, went to 2 different continents to study. Month one of your MBA, Lehman Brothers happens. What do? Because there's no jobs, there's nothing. You're immigrants in a foreign country which doesn't want you anymore, right? At least you guys are in India, you're in Madras, and so that's cool, right? But imagine the same situation in Milan, right? Swap the Madras letters and swap it to Milan, and all of a sudden you're staring at a bigger crisis. Second time I had that was in Arab Spring in Egypt. I was working for a bank, BNP Paribas, and the Arab Spring happened, and the bank building was burnt, and the whole country was in crisis, and I had to restructure a bank and take it forward. The third time was 18 months back when I quit my job with BNP Paribas after 8 long months because somebody took 8 long years. Somebody took a decision that I didn't agree to, right? And I'll correlate a bit with Anand's point of view where he says, hey, the decisions that you make in the first 10 versus the next 10 versus the next 10 are actually different. Right? Now, what is the essential crisis situation? I realized 2 things. In a crisis, it can't get worse. What's the worst thing that can happen? You can be jobless without money, right? But the hard truth of life is you're never without money. You will find a friend to crash in and on a couch, right? You will find somebody to give you 3 square meals a day. And actually, you will find data cheap because Ambani does a great job of making data cheap, right? And so you need a mobile phone, which is now cheap because manufacturers are making it like that. So actually, what do you need to survive? Very little. The minute you realize that, and the minute you start to accept that, you start to be able to take huge risks. So in a crisis, 99% of people are cribbing. So I found my current job at Paytm Money during a crisis, right? So I only have one person to thank for my job, which is Zoom, right? And I would, one day if I meet the founder, I'm going to hug him and say, thank you for my new challenge, right? Because he's the reason I exist today in the form I do. And while 99% of people are going to be looking the other way, are going to be disappointed and saying, you know what, there are no jobs and life sucks and, blah, blah, blah. There is that 1% which will move the needle. The good point is that 1% has no more competition, right? And I think that's the secret of success. And therefore, I always tell people, in a crisis is your biggest chance, right? So 2008, 2009 in India, Bajaj was born or reborn. Right? They've done a fantastic job. Netflix was born, Airbnb was born. Some of these great companies, Paytm is one out of crisis, right? If you look at Vijay, demonetization happened. He was the one who pivoted.
Mr. Sridhar, you're actually breaking right now. Mr. Sridhar, can you hear us? I think you're breaking. But I think we get the essence of what you're trying to say, that crisis is a great platform to innovate. Crisis is a great platform, and there's a lot of positive perspective involved during this.
Corona, Zoom has pivoted.
Right, sir. I think we get it. Mr. Sridhar was breaking up, but I think
you know that that's it.
I'm sorry, sir. Please go ahead.
5 years.
Correct. I think we are having Mrs. Sridhar is having a technical challenge
Varun,
here. The team, can you please take care of it? Probably we can.
We'll take care of it.
Wish the past to happen.
I think while our IT team is working on it, while the technical team is looking into it, Mr. Sridhar had already mentioned about the technical challenges he's facing earlier in this meeting. So I think we get the essence here that it's very important to look at a crisis from a different lens. There's a lot of positivity also involved in this. So I think I'll put this question now to Dr. Deshpande. What are your views about it, sir? About dealing with crisis, about keeping a positive lens when it comes to crisis?
See, I think Sridhar probably put it out very well, and I was just going to elaborate a bit on that. See, clearly, crises come in different forms, and when you get into a crisis, you have to navigate through it. And how you deal in the time of crisis is different from the way you deal when you are in a normal situation. So when you are in a crisis situation, the first thing you have to look at is to make sure you take care of the life and people and all of that stuff. Make sure all of those are protected and everyone is safe. And once you have that under control, then someone needs to be decisive and you have to start taking calls, saying that here's what I'm doing, and keeping everyone on the ground and everyone aware, and keeping the communication channels open both ways is kind of very critical as to how you operate in a crisis situation. So not because in a crisis you're not always sure what are the next steps and how do you do it. But someone has to take a call because you need a leader in a crisis. But it is important for the leader to share with other people what they are trying to do, how they are going to go about it, and have the communication channels open. So if somebody feels like there's a better way to do it, then they should be able to call you back in and keep things moving.
Right, sir. I think that now takes me back to one of the articles that we read about you, an article by your story in 2018, where we read your mantra is, I do what I do, I just stick to it. I think that's a very strong phrase by a leader, and it comes with a very strong leadership quality. So, can you talk us about, can you talk about that leadership quality and how how a leader can develop that quality of taking such firm and strong decisions and sticking to it?
I think that was a little overrated in the way it came out. But the reality is, what I mean by that is that I am very persistent. So if I decide that I want to do something, then I follow up to ensure that that happens. It's not that you make a decision and stick to it. Actually, you keep the decisions. You have to deal with the decisions in the context of the situation that you are in. So what I have done through most of my life has been that you have to have a clear purpose of where you are going. And if you have a clear defined purpose, and I prefer to write it down actually. So if you have a well-written goal as to where you are trying to go and what you are trying to do, then many of the steps that you take intermediately, they tend to fall in place because there is an overall direction in which you are headed. So when I was trying to tell them that I stick to a particular thing, it's about a purpose and the direction in which I'm heading. I want to stick to that. It's not about the micro decisions because, of course, they are fluid and you have to find your way to where you want to be.
Right, sir. I think that's another interesting lesson, that an interesting takeaway that I'll take here is that, writing it down and having a purpose. I think that again ties back to what, Mr. Sridhar was trying to say some time back in terms of the product, the research, and the 3 mantras that he was giving us.
Correct.
So I mean, through your journey, I'm sure there must have been a lot of trials, lot of learnings. So can you talk about one of those trials that will, probably do not turn up as a triumph in the past, but given the current situation, would probably become a triumph now?
I know it's a tricky question right now, but so see what happens is when you're operating in a certain time, right? You don't always know what the outcome is likely to be, and you're taking decisions on the basis of current facts and best knowledge of where you are at this time. So when you are making these kinds of decisions, there are some fundamental things that you have to ensure that are taken care of. So in a company like I run, where I have 10,000 plus employees, it is very important to get the support of the employees to whatever you are trying to do. So it is very important to share with your employees what your plan is, why you are doing certain things, and be very clear about the value systems in which you are operating. So if you are able to keep your values clear, all your employees understand what your values are and what your objectives are, where is the purpose of where you're going, and you make decisions transparently, then you get the support of everyone to make those kinds of decisions as you go along. So, there are many micro decisions that you would do, which may be not the best of choices that you make at that point, but you should have a way to recover beyond that. So that's really some of the things that I have observed in general in terms of working with teams and carrying the team along with you.
Right, so I think it's more like learn quickly, fail quickly, and relearn quickly. I think that's the mantra that we'll have to probably take. Is that what you were hinting at?
Sure.
So I think we have Mr. Sridhar back, but unfortunately he'll not be able to come on video since he's experiencing issues with the network. But We'll go back to the question that we have been putting to Mr. Deshpande. So, sir, we understand that you were giving us a perspective on how to look at crisis and how positively you can look at crisis. Now, we're talking about how it is important to evolve with new challenges as well as a new way of doing things. So, we were just talking to Mr. Deshpande about it. In your career, in your journey, in your experience, at any point of time when you thought that you tried something and it didn't become a triumph, but given the current situation and the generation, do you think something of that trial will actually now become a triumph if you retry it?
Okay. Yeah. So I think I'll give you an example. So back in China to 2014, I wanted to launch for a fintech something for 1 yuan, and we saw Jack Ma doing it in Ant Financial. He did a fantastic job launching a product called Weibao. And a very young product manager had walked up to me. Then we were launching a digital bank in China, and I had personally said, no, I don't think it will make sense, because why would anybody want to start with 1 yuan? And the same thing, I think, looking back, I regret that decision, because that went on to become the world's largest money market fund. Went on to become the one thing that innovated and changed Chinese disruption. So look back, I think, when you're senior, you tend to think you know all, which is wrong. We don't know anything, and therefore, I think keeping your eyes in your is important. As I look now, I think one of the things that I would love to do is to listen more to people and to make sure that that happens. So yeah, that's one decision. I look back and say, maybe I a guy who doesn't have that amount of experience but understands the market, the consumer better than I do.
Right, sir. I think it's a very thank you so much for the answer. I think it's again thought provoking in that part. I think right now with technology, there's a growing dependency on technology. There are a lot of fears that are associated with it. It actually comes with equal amount of threats from the cyber demons. So, what is something that you want to address or mention to our audience today? Do you know of a secret to be safe in this era of technological exposure? I think there's a lot of focus on cybersecurity right now.
So you want me? So actually, it's very hard. So there are two ways to look at this. One is from the individual point of view, and the other one is from the corporate point of view. But let's look at the individual point of view, since we have students here. I think the key to success at this moment is continuous learning and evolving to where you want to be. And that's really the real thing that I'd like to recommend to all the people here. The other thing that I want to mention here, in this is true not just in crisis, but all the time, is your ability to network. Because if you really think through it, what makes for success has a lot to do with who you know and how you know them, and who helps you through this network. So managing a network, getting to know each other, getting the network to work for your benefit, and how do you nurture and play with the network is, I think, the key things that you need to do as a student. And if you are able to figure out how to learn continuously and how to network with the right set of people, then that's the best set of things that you can do as young students.
Thank you so much, sir. I think they're very valid points. Mrs. Sridhar, what is your view on this?
I think I'll put it differently on data privacy. I think Anand rightly said there are two topics: one is the company's perspective, and second is the consumers. I think from company perspective, very important to recognize that when you hold data, you have to hold it and uphold it to the highest possible standard. Companies, consumer players these days have a lot of data, and it's our responsibility, our mantra, our job, our duty. I do not know the right word, but I think it's important that we recognize that the most that maybe consumers don't realize what they're up to, and what does data sharing mean. So therefore, I think we must be the guardians of consumer data and therefore protect it, and therefore internet security / cyber security / consumer safety. I think these are important things. I would call it in one word, saying, hey, responsible businesses. A old topic, but I think it's far more relevant in today's context, where the possibility of a company perspective is extremely high, and therefore knowing that and keeping that responsibility is important. look at it from a consumer point of view, and therefore, part one for me, the message to managers. You do businesses, please make sure that you are managing businesses in a responsible way, and data privacy and IT security are top of your agenda. I think if you look at it from a consumer point of view, I'm a bit surprised. I'm very sensitive about who has my data, what do they have. Many consumers are very relaxed about it till something wrong happens. I think you should start to let's start with education. Again, I go back to the institutions, the government, the regulators, saying, hey, what should India's privacy be? As a consumer, my message to all the consumers out there is start asking your providers, hey, where is my data? How do you store it? How do you make sure I'm safe? Because the world has gone digital. Each one of us is now in bits, in zeros and ones. And I think it's important to recognize that, both on the consumer side and on the business side.
Yes, sir, absolutely. I think I definitely agree with the point that unless something goes wrong, it's not noticed. Only when things go wrong is when it comes under the radar, it gets noticed, and there's a buzz about it. There are discussions around it as to what we have to do. A recovery plan is made, but and that's how we go around with it. So I think now at this point of time, since your network is pretty stable at this point of time, I would like to put you a question from the audience that we just received. Can you throw light on the new terms that are neobanks? Is Paytm a neobank, and what is the Indian consumer sentiment towards this?
Good question. So whoever asked the question, you're a smart person. I think you're challenging companies. I love those questions because you're asking companies to go forward, right? There is banking, and then there was payments, and then there was a super app, right, which is how you look at Paytm and say, hey, look, now in Paytm money, you could do mutual funds, you could save for your retirement, you could trade, you could do gold, right? So you would have had 50 million customers across products, and you would have a million on Paytm. Is Paytm a new bank today? No, we are not. We have a payments bank, which is Paytm Payments Bank Limited. We have Paytm as the mother app, which is a UPI app or a wallet. Then we have Paytm Money, we have Paytm Lending, and Paytm Insurance. But what's a neo bank? So I had the experience of launching so-called a neo bank back in Europe, my previous job. I think neobanks fundamentally should look at a consumer and make it simple, predictable, easier, cheaper, faster. Right? As a consumer, my expectation is, why is my bank so slow? Why is it so expensive? Why is it so difficult? And fixing that, in my mind, is a neobank's job. Is India there on neobank? Not yet. I think regulation is evolving, partnerships are evolving, digital data, KYC, lots of infrastructure, stakeholder related issues, consumer related issues. Is Paytm a neobank? No, we are way to get there. What is a neobank? I think the future will tell. But let me give you a glimpse. If I was a simple user, I would put it very simply saying, hey, when I get up in the morning, if I have excess funds, those are invested well. If I have to borrow, I realize that, Varun or Swapnika are two different profiles. Mr. Anand, who may be the most credit worthy amongst the three of us, should naturally not give his or her explanation, and the loan comes at this price. Why do insurance policies cost the same price when people drive differently and have different kilometers? Why do health insurance policies are priced the same across consumer segments? So I think some of those questions get answered by, or that's the expectation of a neobank. Hey, how can we make it simple, intuitive, and predictable? It's a long way away, but I think you see a lot of neobanks starting to come up and mushroom here and there. So it's a great, exciting journey to be in. We would love to play a part in Paytm and get there.
Awesome, sir. Thank you so much for answering this question. It was put up by Mohammed Abdullah, a senior student of MBA. Thank you so much for answering that. Paytm is not a neobank yet, but you may never know when it may turn out to be. I have two more questions that have come in from the audience, and these are to Dr. Deshpande. So I'll just club both of these questions for you. You can answer one after the other. The first one is, what few times in the market provides leaders their validation on their short-term and long-term decisions? This has come in from Murli, another second-year MBA student, EMBA student. And the next question we have is from Kumresan. Fail faster would be an easy task for MSME. Is this strategy valid for MSME, or do MSMEs have different strategies?
Yes. So regarding signals that you get and how do you know if you're doing the right thing, I think there are many ways of how you will find out. So in a public company like we have the boards that are constantly advising us in terms of are we making the right decisions, are we making the right choices. We have a lot of employees, advisors, customers who tell us a lot about exactly what's going on. So there are multiple signals, and eventually, as a listed company, there is a stock market that is looking at our price, and to some extent, how we do is related to that. So there are multiple signals that one needs to watch on an ongoing basis and understand how those signals should be correlated to the objectives and the purpose of the company. So sometimes that can get very misleading, because sometimes if you only look at the stock market as an indicator of saying if you're doing well or not, then it depends on what you have told the market and where you are trying to go. And sometimes there may be a mismatch in terms of how you might look at it. I think on the fail fast kind of a concept, which is something that the LinkedIn founder Reed has talked a lot about. Basic point there has been the fact that you want to try experiments very quickly, and if something is not making sense, you should be willing to take a chance and say, forget it, that's not working, let's try something else, rather than go too far on something just because you have decided that that's the only way you're going to work on it. So the ability to be agile, move around very quickly, is really the essence of what fail fast is all about. So you want to take a chance, you want to look at something. If it doesn't make sense, step back, try another way, and keep moving quickly rather than waiting for too long. And for startups, that's a very reasonable strategy to do. Actually, it's true for even larger companies. Even at large companies, when we have to take a big bet, we tend to take a pilot before a small bet, validate it, make sure it's working right, and then go for the big one, rather than jumping all out into something that may not work at all. So this is really what happens in startups and in large companies.
Got it, sir. I think in that way you are saying that be it for MSME, startups, or for large companies, it's very important to be agile, to be able to take a decision, to be able to strategize, put that into execution, and look at the results and immediately recover as per how the results are acting up. That brings us to the last question I have for this segment, which is, given our current pandemic and the way it has changed our lives, how do you envision the world we are living in an year from now?
So you want me to go first? So I do expect that many of the things that have changed will continue to be this way. So 1 year from now, I'm hoping we have a vaccine and people have had the chance to get those vaccines, and we have not figured out there's another version of COVID. But hopefully, with all those things coming back, I'm personally looking forward to doing some travel, which has been really a problem for the last few years. But moving ahead, I do expect that some of the changes that we have seen in through COVID are going to stay as is. I think web conferencing, education, remote learning, some of these things are here to stay. They are not going to go away. And I think the other important thing that we are all looking at and should be thought through is how do we build our businesses that are far more resilient to these kinds of crises. So this time we had this particular one, but there may be other such crises that we are going to see in the future. So how are you building resilience in the business is something that all of us are thinking about, and even more aggressively now than before. And this needs to transcend to not just businesses like what we run, but also for a country like us at India. How is India going to be far more resilient? How can we absorb these kinds of shocks without going into an economic tailspin or a health tailspin? Are we investing in the healthcare requirements of the country? And things of that kind. As individuals also, we need to figure out how to become a little bit more resilient than we have been in the past.
Yeah, it's about being resilient. It's about trying to endure and trying to evolve. So, Mr. Shira, what are your views on this? How do you envision the world a year from now?
I'm one of the, I'm hoping with all sincerity that I stand first in queue to get a vaccine. I think, that's the first hope that I have, that everybody in India and across the world, 7 billion people have a vaccine or have the antibodies, to be safe, to live life and come back to normal. I think that's the first hope. But professionally, I would say the world has changed. The world we knew has changed. And out of this crisis will emerge some front runners, some people who've used these 18 months, 12 months to completely transform and go ahead. I think I would watch out for those companies. I would watch out for those, and I would watch out for those people. Professionally, I think you want to see a whole new set of winners and a whole new set of losers. And that's going to happen. I think the crisis, like I had mentioned right at the beginning, is a great moment. Right? Please use it to do the 1000x because this time will not come. Come another 6 months, the whole world is going to be running with you. And I think that's going to be important. The last thing, maybe personally, I would urge everybody to do is all of us have realized the value of life. Right? I now know like how much I miss travel. Right? I now know that I can skip. I now know that plants matter in life, and that gardening is not such a bad thing. I think there's a realization that you don't need a car. There's a realization that you can walk to work. There's a realization that it's good to be clean. And realizations, each one to his own. But I would urge you to start thinking about what you want to do with your life beyond work, beyond professional success.
That's a very interesting perspective,
Thank
sir.
you.
I think it's very valid. It's very important we understand the purpose. And I think Mr. Deshpande had actually addressed this, that it's very important to have a purpose. And you just reiterated that about purpose, about thinking beyond than the personal, professional lives, thinking beyond, and realization and resilience, the key words of today's conversation. I think with this, I'll move into the next segment that we have, which is the rapid fire round. So, Mr. Sridhar, would you like to go first here? I have 3 questions. We are looking for quick, perky answers.
Yes, please. Fire away.
Sure. Right away. The first question is, do you envision an India which is cashless and payments are all wired, with all the payments being wired? If so, by when?
By 25% of India would be paying electronically.
Wow. Okay, so and I think that's a direct answer. Then, what is your 2-word leadership mantra? That's my second question. A 2-word leadership mantra.
Hunger and commitment.
Hunger and commitment. And here is my final and the fun
Hungry
question.
for success.
Which IPL team? Yes, please go ahead.
No, I was hungry for success, for work, and committed to what you sign up for.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Underlined words. The final and the fun question. Which IPL team do you think will lift the trophy this season?
So I'm going to twist your question a bit. When I hear IPL, I hear Investment Premier League. Right? I look at all Indians, a bunch of them joining stock markets. Everybody's joining stock markets. Everybody seems to make money when the markets are down. Please be very careful. Don't burn your money. So sincerely, I hope that the Investment Premier League results in retail investors succeeding. But on a fun note, I hope the Mumbai Indians win IPL. We've recently sponsored Sachin, so I'm hoping he's a brand ambassador. So I'm hoping that his team and therefore Mumbai Indians wins.
I actually expected you would say RCB will lift the trophy this season. It's the much long awaited one. But thank you so much for your response. So, Mr. Deshpande, towards you, the 3 rapid fire questions. The first question, the 30 years of persistent systems. We were looking at the video. It's a very inspiring video. I'm sure every milestone was very fulfilling when achieved. But what is that one milestone which will remain special with you forever?
So I think the IPO would be one good example of something that is a huge milestone that I will remember for my life. And the second one I would mention just for the sake of it, even though you asked for one, was the first real project that we got from Microsoft. That was in 91. And it was, we were a very small business and we had a project from them that particular night when I got a call from them. It was really a special moment that really helped us to say that we're going to survive, we know how to make it.
Okay, amazing. What is your 2-word advice to those who want to start their own company?
So I just say be persistent, okay? And it's a little corny, but actually that's what matters. Every time all of us, we run through days when We feel it's tough, we feel it's difficult, we have some difficulties, we have some failures. I think who wins is the one who comes back. So being persistent is really the critical success factor in the success of a business.
Absolutely. And here is my fun and the final question. Which book would you recommend to any B school student? You're
So
an
I think,
avid reader.
yeah, so I like to read lots of books, and the one I would recommend to people is one is relating to how to manage your cash flows. And this book I refer to is a book by Ram Charan. It's called What Every CEO Wants You to Know. It's a really nice small book. It talks about how to manage cash flows. And I think a lot of times business school students get too hung up on all kinds of other things and don't understand the importance of cash. Despite electronic or otherwise, cash is really the king. And how do you manage cash flows is the key factor for running a successful business. And this particular book called, it's a very small, nice book called What Every CEO Wants You to Know. And the most recent book is the one that I just got just now. It came while we were talking. It's this book by Guy Raz called How I Built This. It's pretty cool, actually.
Thank you so much for your recommendations, the book recommendations. I am sure our MBA students have made a note of it. We, in fact, have like a page where we kind of accumulate all the book recommendations, and there's also a book session that happens every Sunday for the students to meet up and talk about the book, a book reading session. So I think that comes to the end of the conversation. It has been most engaging, insightful, and thought-provoking. But before we part off, about something that you would want to tell our audience, our students, in about 60 seconds. Your advice for us. Your advice for us for career progression and the way forward.
Right. So, again, as I said, be persistent, but more importantly, learn to learn all the time and figure out how to network. I think getting to know other people and networking is the key to success for anybody and everybody, and especially for the MBA students. So do not underestimate the value of the power of the network that you work with.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Sridhar, what would be your parting notes?
Okay, first of all, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. Sorry for not getting my camera on. I think that's why I love interpersonal meetings, but maybe 4 words for you all to think about. First is learn coding. Second, analytics, please. Third is ideas don't have value. Implementation, or like Anand said, persistence does. And maybe the last thing that I would love all of you to do, the best learning out there in the whole world, is travel. So travel like crazy. Please go and try and visit 50, 60, 70 countries. And once you do that, you yourself will be a very different person, and you'll be able to embrace the world out there. But thank you for being here, and excellent session.
Yeah. That's a great food for thought. I think we have a bunch of crazy people here, and we're just waiting for the travel restrictions to be lifted so that we can all start traveling, especially get back to the campus. So I think the session was wonderful. The learnings from this conversation are going to last with me for this lifetime. Mr. Sridhar, especially thanks to you for joining the session despite being away from Bangalore in a remote area, doing a sound and video check this morning to ensure we had an uninterrupted session. I understand there were some technical glitches, but thank you so much for being patient with us through this conversation and for all the learnings. Dr. Deshpande, for having a pre-conversation with me yesterday to understand the audience mix, the educational and professional backgrounds. I mean, so enthusiastically recommending ideas to only make this conversation even more enchanting. Once again, I thank you on behalf of the entire department, students, professors for joining us despite your swamp schedules and patiently discussing with us on this topic today.
Thank you for inviting us, and it's a real pleasure to be here. And thanks, Swapnika, for doing a wonderful job.
Absolutely, Swapnika. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So, thank you so much, sir. To those who are watching us from the other side on YouTube, hope you enjoyed the conversation, which was inspiring and motivating. So many takeaways from their professional journeys and experiences. Most important lesson, learning never ends and being curious never stops. These are the 2 key takeaways that are going to be the ones which are going to keep the change constant. On this note, I, Swapnika Puturi, would be signing off to make way for another interesting event for the day, the business quiz. Lot of exciting things coming up. While we take a quick break to set it up, please get back with some coffee and snacks because picture abhi baki hai. Stay tuned.
Okay, thank you, Swapnika. We'll drop off.
Mr. Deshpande and Mr. Sridhar, we will be just sharing a link with you. Could you please join us on another WebEx session? We have our professors waiting.
Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed the fire fistball chat. Fun has just begun, guys, because now it's time for the business quiz. Thank you all for joining us on YouTube. My name is Joel Jacob, and I'm a first-year executive MBA student at the Department of Management Studies, IIT Madras, and I will be the moderator for the business quiz. We have three very interesting rounds planned for our 5 teams participating today. We start off with a mixed bag round, where I'll be asking 3 questions to each team. Let me remind you here that all rounds are elimination rounds. So only the top 3 teams from the first round will move on to the second round, which is the hangman round. Then the top 2 teams after that round will move on to the final visual round, and the team with the maximum score from the start wins. Sounds good? So without further ado, let's welcome our two quiz teams. Let's have our teams on screen now. We have 2 teams from the first ever EMBA alumni batch. The first team is Team Millennials, Praveen, Suresh, and Pranavi. Team 2 is Team Illuminati, Sunil, Netra, and Prakash. The 2 of these alumni teams are going against with our first year batch. There are 3 teams. The first team is Team Black with Murugesh, Nanda, and Gautam. Next is Team Red with Kamal, Sripada, and Srinivas. And last but not the least, we have Team Thunder, which is led by Rahul, Ratish, and Vishnu. So now that we know our teams, I think we can go ahead with the game. A very interesting lineup of participants here. I am very interested to see who wins this, the team from our alumni batch or the team from our first year batch. Also, one quick note to everyone watching this on YouTube. At the end of each round, we will be having an audience round, which is an opportunity for all of you watching online to participate and win prizes. So stay tuned. So now that we know our teams, let's get started. Our first round is the mixed bag round. Let me remind the audience that in this round, I will be asking 3 questions to each team. You get 10 points for each correct answer, and the top 3 teams move on to the next round. You will be given 45 seconds to answer from the moment the question is displayed on the screen. So now that we know the round, teams, I hope you're ready to play. Let's have our first team on the stage. Team Millionaires, please come on stage. Hi team, I hope you're ready. So here's your first mixed bag question on the screen. What are the companies that earn just enough money to continue operating and service debt, but are unable to pay off their debt, called as? You can discuss obviously on the screen right now with each other. You have 45 seconds, guys. You might want to unmute yourself to speak.
Suresh.
15 seconds. 15 seconds, guys. Come on. Such companies are given they just scrape over they just exist. They're not able to pay off their rent. What is it called? Time up. Any final answer? Okay. Okay. Let's give that. The answer for this question is they are called zombies. Okay. Okay. We'll move on to the next question. No problem. So let's have the second question for them. Which is the last stage of a product life cycle?
Death.
Sorry?
Go ahead, Pranay. Death.
Is it death? Oh, I can't hear you properly. Can you?
Yeah, you're right. Death.
Death. Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Okay. The answer is decline. So I don't think I can give that. So basically, it goes from introduction, growth, and then a maturity, and then the decline. So maybe for death, I can maybe say maybe I can give you 10 points for that. That's fine. Decline and death are almost the same thing. So I'll take that. So you have 10 points for this. Congrats. So with that, we'll go over the next question. Last question up for you. The tagline, "Do No Evil," is owned by which popular multinational technology company? Do no evil.
Praveen, any idea?
If you want a hint, I can give you at a reduced number of points if you want.
Any clue for that?
Yeah, it's a popular search engine. That's the biggest thing.
Popular
15
search
seconds.
Search engine.
Yeah. Come on, guys. What's the most popular search engine? Suresh, I see Suresh has typed in Google. Yes, that is the correct answer. You get 5 points for that. So for the end of this round, you have earned 15 points for the mixed bag round. Congrats, team. You are moving on to the next team. So I think we'll go on to. So this was interesting. I think everyone is getting a hang of it. So we have 15 points for Team Millionaires. We can move on now to the next team, which is Team Illuminati. Netra, are you there? Let's come on stage.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, are you ready, guys? Shall we go for the next first question? Okay, so the first question is net profit before tax divided by the total assets represent which type of financial ratio? Just a quick reminder, Arun sir is also watching this right now. So be careful what you say.
Yeah, so Prakash, do you have liquidity?
You're on
I mean,
mute.
like, is it a liquidity ratio?
It is one of the ratios. Net profit before tax by a total assets. What is it? Return of total assets. You got it? 10 points. I'm sure Arun sir is proud right now.
Yeah, great, Sinan.
Okay, you get 10 points for that. Okay. Let's have your second question on screen now. In the BCG matrix, which category has low market growth and low market share? You know that there's a matrix in which growth to market share is in which you have low market share and low market growth.
What do we mean by category here? Do you mean the cash cows? So we have four
Yes,
cash
you're right.
cows.
You're on the right track. Yeah, you're on the right track.
So we have cash cows, we have dogs. Yeah, low market growth is dogs.
You're correct. You get 10 points for that. Excellent work, guys. You get 10 points for that. So
Yeah, thank
it's
you.
the correct answer. Okay, so which brings me to my last question for you. What is the name of the cryptocurrency that Facebook launched, which allows users to make financial transactions across the globe?
Lira.
Sorry?
Please, can you be audible, Sunil?
Lira. I think even Prakash sir said it.
You mean LIRA?
Anji.
Is that your final answer?
Prakash.
Yeah.
Okay. So you are almost correct. The correct answer is Libra. You missed a B there, but I think I can give it. I can give almost 8 marks for that. Just because you missed one letter in that, so I'm giving you 8 marks out of 10. Okay?
All right, okay.
8 marks for this final question. So that concludes your round. We are moving on to the next team. So you have earned, I think you have got 2 questions correct and 1 question partially right. So almost 28 out of 30 for this round. Good going, team. Let's go to the next team. Team Black, I hope you're ready. Let's have you on stage. Hi, Murgesh. Hi, guys. Okay, so here's your first question, guys. What's the largest stock exchange in the world in terms of market capitalization? That is the total value of all listed companies in it.
New York Stock Exchange.
Bingo, you got the correct answer. That's 10 points for Team Black. Okay, moving on to the next question. As per Rogers' diffusion of innovation theory, which is the fastest category of individuals to adopt innovation? Quick reminder here, RPS sir and Richa ma'am
Early
both are
adopters.
watching this.
Early adopters.
Is that your final answer?
Mm,
Don't look at me. I might confuse you like this.
uh, yeah, it is right.
You're on the right track. You're on the right track. But early adopters are not the fastest. The correct answer is innovators. Innovators come first. Next are early adopters. You're almost nearby. Almost
It's
nearby. But
okay,
I can't give marks for that. The correct answer is innovators. Okay. I think you got one question right. Second is over. Now let's move on to the final question for you. Okay. Which company has launched its first brand campaign, It's Between You, in India, that narrates real stories about how Indians communicate daily in their closest relationships? It was a campaign that happened very recently in I think in July.
Can you repeat, please?
You can see the screen question on screen. Which company has launched its first brand campaign, It's Between You, in India, that narrates real stories about how Indians communicate daily in their closest relationships? You have 5 seconds, guys. I need an answer.
Any clue?
Time up.
Is it WhatsApp?
Okay, I will give you that. You got the correct answer, Murugesh. Congrats. 10 points. Okay, so that was a very close one, Murugesh. I will give you that. So I think how many you got? You got you get one. I don't know how much you got. Okay, yeah, you got 20 marks, I think. Yeah. You got 20 points. You got two questions correct. Yeah. So that concludes it for Team Black. Now moving on to Team Red. Team Red, let's have you on stage. Hey guys, hi Kamal, hi Srini, hi Sripada. All ready? Okay, your first question on screen.
Yes.
Stocks of nationally recognized, well-established and financially sound companies are called what?
Blue chip?
I think it is publicly traded companies, right? What do you say?
Blue chip. Kamal, or Sripada, isn't that blue chip companies?
Final answer, guys. Blue chip?
Yes, blue chip.
Blue chip it is. You get 10 points, guys. Congrats. Okay.
Right.
Wow.
Moving on to your second question for Team Red. Ford, GMC, and Fiat Chrysler are the major automobile players in the US. What kind of a market structure is this? Yeah, major automobile players in the US. What kind of a market structure is this?
It is like if I'm thinking, guys, like a monopoly type of a market or a.
You're on the right track. You're on the right track. So what kind of a market structure is this? Think about what kind of a share do all these three companies have? Like 15 seconds, guys.
Shiva, the oligopoly, is it? Is it oligopoly?
Yeah, maybe.
Final answer, oligopoly. 5 seconds, guys.
Yes.
You got it, guys. You got it. It's oligopoly. Correct answer.
Nice.
I'm sure Amit sir is very proud of you guys right now. Okay. Okay. Let's go to the next question. Final question for you. Which company acquired the data visualization tool Tableau in 2019? Tableau, yeah.
Facebook,
Discuss and let me know the final answer.
Tableau is
Tableau.
I don't know. Facebook. I can only think of Facebook. How much time do we have?
15 seconds you have. You have 15
I think it is
seconds.
a Salesforce or Facebook. I'm not sure between these two.
Final answer, guys.
Microsoft. I think it is based not Facebook, Salesforce, if I am right.
Okay.
But I am not so sure.
Is it not Microsoft?
Time up. What's your final answer?
Sripada, you go.
Facebook.
Salesforce, we will lock in then.
Okay, Salesforce is if it is Salesforce,
Salesforce.
you got the correct answer. That was a very close call, guys. That was a very close call. You came very close to it. I think you almost got everything correct, right? Is it? Are you the first team who got everything correct? 30 points?
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
fine. Congrats, guys. You're the first team who got 30 points in this. Congrats. Okay.
Red team wise.
The team always. Come on, guys. Good game. Good game. Okay, moving on to our final team. Team Thunder, let's have you on stage, please. Hi, guys. All set?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's your first question. The date before which you must own the stock to be entitled to the dividend is called what?
Vishnu, I think you would be wrong.
Ex-dividend date.
Correct answer, guys. Congrats. Good going. Good going. Okay, Krishna Prasanna ma'am is very happy with you right now. Okay. Next question for Team Thunder. That's 10 points for you, by the way. A marketing strategy in which an advertiser attacks an event to compete for exposure against another advertiser is called what? Someone has advertised something, someone is advertising on top of that to compete against them. What's it called? The marketing strategy.
Any clue that you can give?
I don't think much. Okay, there was a advertisement by General West once. They said we have changed, and someone advertised on top of that saying that we made them change. 5 seconds, guys. Okay. Any final answer, guys? Time up.
Nothing.
Okay. The answer is ambush marketing. Okay. No problem. I guess you may not be knowing that, so it's okay. Okay. Let's go for the final question for you. The traffic police of which city introduced a road safety robot named Rodeo? This was the news sometime recently. Which traffic police introduced this road safety robot?
We'll say some country.
Okay, it's one among the metro cities, guys. 15 seconds. Come on, think about it.
Let's go with Chennai.
Is that your final answer? 5 seconds, guys.
Yeah.
Rahul giving a complete tukka, and he got the answer correct. Chennai it is. Good going, good going. Okay, so what's the final score for Team Thunder? Anyone can you just? I think you got 2 questions correct, right? 20. So you have 20 marks for this round. That is the final. I think we have a tie here. I think 2 teams. So based on what I see in my scores, I see there's a tie over here between Team Black and Team Thunder, who have both scored 20 points. So I think we will have to go for the tiebreaker. So the top 2 teams over here is Red and Illuminati, but they by default qualify. And this third and fourth are Black and Thunder. So I think we need a tiebreak over here.
Joan,
Yes, Navya.
top 3 teams qualify. 2 are tied.
Yeah.
Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Illuminati is 28.
Yes.
Yeah. Red is 20.
Illuminati and Red.
Yeah. So Black and Thunder are tied at 20, guys.
Right. The top 3 teams qualify for this round.
Yeah. So we have a tie between Black and Thunder. Now where the final scores are 30 for Red, 28 for Illuminati. Black and Thunder are tied at 20. So that is a tie. Okay, I'll go ahead. So we have to have a tiebreaker. So Team Black, who is your tiebreaker? I think we have a leader on our side, right? Team Black, it is Gautam, and for Team Thunder, it is Rahul. So guys, it's time for the fastest finger first. So Gautam and Rahul, please get ready next to your keyboards. I'm going to ask you a tiebreaker question. The first person to answer that question on the chat, as I see it on my chat, wins the tiebreaker and move on to the next round. Are we clear, guys? Are you set? If you're ready, just type yes on the chat. Rahul and Gautam, this is for you. Please type yes on the chat. Gautam, I see yes. Rahul, ready?
Is this the question?
I haven't asked you the question yet. Okay, I am assuming that Rahul is ready. Are you, Rahul? Please confirm by typing yes. Okay, cool.
Joel, 1 second. I typed yes. Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it. I got it. I got it twice. Yeah. Okay, fine. So let's have the tiebreaker question for Team Black and Thunder. Surf Excel, Dove, Lakme, Lifebuoy are all owned by this parent company. Let's see who answers first. I see Rahul's answer. And Gautam has said Unilever. Very sorry, Rahul. The answer is Unilever. And Gautam's team, that is Team Black, advanced to the next round.
Hindustan Unilever type பண்ணிருக்கீங்க.
Okay, can I please go on mute, guys? Okay, let's moving on. So we have 3 teams moving on to the next round now. Tie is broken. Now I'm going to go for a quick. So that winds up the mixed bag round. We are stopping now for a quick break, and in this break we are going to go to the audience. We have the first round for the audience now. The code, you know the drill, how we do for the audience round, right? Let me just give you the details over here. So you need to go to menti.com and give the code 1145648. One important point for you to note here is that you need to log in with your name _ mobile number. So please note the mobile number is very important because that will be used for contacting you for your prize. So we will give you all a moment to do that. I'm just reminding you again, there should be the name _ mobile number. Okay, like Joel _ 9888776644. That's not my number, but you get the idea. Okay, so we will go for a quick 2-minute break in which the audience round will be happening, and I'll come back to you in 2 minutes.
Joel, please go ahead.
Okay, we are back. Audience, I hope you enjoyed that. So I think it's time to look at the leaderboard now. Let's have the leaderboard right now. Okay, so we see that we are leading with Team Red is leading with 30 points. Team Illuminati right behind at 28 points. And Team Black is just behind with 20 points. I hope everything is clear. I think, like I said, this is an elimination round. So Team Millionaires and Team Thunder. We will, sorry, is that, what is it? I'm just confused. Give me 1 minute, please. Yeah. So Team Millionaires and Team Thunder, thank you for participating. It was nice having you on stage. We'll go for the next round now. The next round is the hangman round. There are 40 points for the taking, guys. A team gets 3 questions on screen at the same time. The team members need to discuss on screen and announce the final answer for each question. So we will enter the answers live on screen anyways. Okay, you just have to announce on screen by discussion between you. The first 2 letters of your answers will be used to form a 6-letter made-up word, after which you are done answering. If all answers are correct, the final word will be correct and you get 10 extra points apart from the 10 points for each correct answer. Basically, you either get 10, 20 or 40. You don't get 30. You get 10 extra points extra if you get everything correct. You have 90 seconds to answer all 3 questions. There are 40 points for the taking, guys. Tables can definitely turn in this round. So let's see who gets ahead by the end of this round. Team, I think we are going with Team Red first. Yeah, Team Red, I hope you're ready. Let's start with you. Team Red, on stage. Okay. I don't see Kamal. Okay, hi Kamal. Okay, everyone is there. All ready? Let's have your 3 questions on stage now.
Sure.
Over to you. Time starts now.
Arugya. Ayushman. Ayush, actually.
Please say your final answer for them to type.
Ayush. Okay, next second one, Lexus is luxury vehicle owned by Toyota.
Toyota, correct. There is no second part.
Title sponsor for IPL 2020, guys.
Byju's? Is it Byju's?
Anybody? How much time we have? 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
For IPL 2020, right?
Yeah. Joel, the first one is Ayush with an H at the end.
Okay, yeah, please type it. Focus on the last one, guys. It's almost up.
Dream 11, which is a platform for showing online content. Platform to show online games.
Almost done, guys. Final answer. Dream 11.
Guys, Srini and Kamal, what do you say?
I'm also confused, buddy, whether it is Byju's or.
Yeah, it is like Dream 11 is. I'm 80% sure, so let's fix for it. Fix for it.
Fine. Go ahead.
I mean, because we don't have a better answer.
Is it a company? Okay.
Are we done? 10 seconds.
Yes. Yeah. IoT. Oh, that doesn't sound correct, man. IoT, dear.
No, it's a made-up word. Don't worry about the word. Time up.
Okay.
What do you think?
First 2, I think we are clear. The last one,
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Sripala, what do you think Dream 11 does? Why do you think Dream 11 is the answer for the last one?
Because this is like an online, platform to screen the games and all. I remember there is a technology company that promotes this Dream 11 as a platform, but I don't know that company. But Dream 11 is a platform for sure. On which the
and assuming we are in this online setup, you thought Dream 11 might be the right one for this. Okay.
Sort of.
Team Red is lucky that Sripada thought like that. You got all the 3 answers correct.
All right.
You got 40 points in this round. You are leading right now. Cool. Team Red, 40 points. Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, so that was Team Red. Wonderful playing, guys. You got all questions correct. Moving on to the second team, Team Illuminati. Let's have you on stage. The time starts now.
Air Deccan. So answer for first one is Air Deccan. Kingfisher had bought this airline in 2006. Indian Railways is that elephant. Oh my God, I don't. Jumbo. I'm not sure. It's an elephant, which is the mascot of Indian Railways. I don't remember the name.
The last one is Kobe Bryant.
Indian Railways is. I think it is Jumbo. It's
It's supposed to be that word that says that hint.
famous basket. So what is the answer for the third question, Sunil? What did you say? I think they aren't typing it.
Please type the last answer, guys. Just announce the last answer again.
Second one, I think, is that Bolu.
Bolu. Yeah, Bolu. Yeah, Bolu.
Second one.
Second is Bolu, please. Yeah, second one is Bolu. Third one is.
The basketball player died in a helicopter.
Sunil, can you give the answer for it, please?
Sunil just answered that. I heard him answer it.
Yeah, COVID brand. Something he said. Can you draw? Write it in the chat box, please. Sunil, can you give the answer, please?
Bolu.
No, the third one, the basketball player.
Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant.
The second one is Bolu.
Bolu, yeah.
My system crashed.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, thank you, Sunil. Yeah.
Okay.
I think Kobe, Kobe.
That's fine.
Kobe
That's fine.
Bryant.
We get the answer. There's a small spelling mistake. That's fine. I take your answer. What do you think about? Or what do you think? You think everything is correct, or do you have any doubt on anything?
Yeah, Prakash, you can verify the answers. Sunil, you too, please.
What do you think, guys? Where do you think get the idea of Bolu?
Bolu.
You knew it before?
Yeah.
Okay, that is good. That Prakash knew this before. All answers are for you also correct. You also get 40 points from this round. Congrats, guys. Illuminati team also gets 40 points in this round. Good going, guys. Good going. Wonderful going. Now it's time for Team Black. Team Black, please come on stage. This is the final question for this round. Ready? Here's your question. You get 90 seconds for this. Guys, start discussing, guys. Come on.
Yeah. Which apparel brand has faced charges from Khadi and Village Industries Commission?
Is Gautam there?
The second one is Maharaja.
It's not visible. The question is not visible.
Have you having it on full screen mode? Nanda, you might want to discuss with each other. You're just simply looking at the screen.
No.
Do you want to read it out for you? Which apparel brand has faced charges from Khadi?
Third one is Volkswagen.
Okay. Okay, noted. Next. You said something for second one as well.
Second one is
Maharaja.
Okay. First one.
Is it VKC?
Okay. Please announce it if you are. That's your final
1
answer.
minute. Fab India. Fab India.
Okay.
Any idea?
Final answer. Is that your final answer?
Yeah, Fab India.
Gautam, you're not on video?
First one.
Time up. Final answer for the first one.
Yeah, Fab India.
Okay. Seems like the teams are very competitive today. You also got everything correct, guys. So the leaderboard has no change. You guys are still continuing, but I think we still have to revisit the leaderboard here. So total, Dharma, can we have the total scores for each team? I think we have three. I think the leaderboard is continuing the same, right? I think there's no change in what we had. So we have to move on to the next round. Before that, it's time for an audience round again. This is your audience. This is your second round, second opportunity to come. Someone has not muted themselves. Guys, please mute yourselves. Thank you. So it's time for the audience round again. So like we just had some time back, let's go to menti.com again. The code is different this time. It is 2460584. Same drill, name _ mobile number. Please go ahead. We'll come back in 2 minutes. Okay, we are back. Okay, I hope the audience had fun this time as well. It's only going to be one more opportunity after this. So I hope you utilize this one. So we are almost here to the last round. So like I said, last round was also an elimination round. Any guesses on who is the leader right now? We can comment on chat, on the live chat, and see who is the leading now. The people in the audience can guess. So let's have the leaderboard and show who is the winner right now. I mean, who is the leader right now. So as per the leaderboards, we have Team Red to be leading, and Team, what is this? What's the next one? Team Illuminati is leading. Wonderful. Okay. So Team Black, we won't be advancing to the next round because they are ahead of you. So thank you for participating. Let's move on to the next round now. Team Red, you are going to be going first. Team Illuminati, you are going to go next. That is the visual round that we have. So I hope we all are ready. So we are now in the final round of the business quiz, the visual round. There are 30 points for the taking. Rules are simple. I will display a slide and the questions will be based on that. There's going to be two types of questions in this round. One is guess the logo, in which I will show you part of the logo of a popular company and you need to identify the company. The second type of question is guess the personality. I'll show you a photo of a famous personality and give you a clue to identify the person. And you need to identify the person and you get it. So each team will be given 4 logos to guess. In one slide, there'll be 2 logos, 5 points for each. And the personality, you will get 10 points. So in total, you get 30 points over here. I will be giving you 60 seconds to answer each slide, 5 questions in total. The team with the maximum score, summing all the way from the top, will win the business quiz. I hope we are clear. Let's start with the leading team, Team Red. Let's have you on stage. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Let me remind everyone that being on camera is very important, else we will not be able to take the answer from the team. Okay? So you all on, I hope you're ready. Let's start. Here's your first slide. You need to guess these 2 logos.
Oh, first one is Dunkin' Donuts. Second one is Burger King.
Burger King is second one.
Yeah. First is Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, go ahead, Srini. I'm with you.
Okay.
Yeah, we are done with it. You can go ahead.
Okay. I think I gave too much time for this one for you guys. Okay. Dunkin' Donuts is correct.
Oh, shit.
Second one was Hallmark.
Okay.
I know it was a bit confusing there. Okay, so this is how it, I think you get the drift. So second one is Hallmark, first one is Dunkin' Donuts. You get 5 points out of this slide. Okay. Next slide for you.
First is GE, second is MasterCard.
Srini is like on fire.
Second what is that? First GE, I agree.
Second MasterCard is what I'm thinking, but let's debate.
You have time to debate. You have 40 seconds more to debate.
No, MasterCard doesn't have that lines intersecting.
Let me remind you, it's a part of the logo. It's not the complete logo.
It has to be MasterCard. But I don't know the colors for MasterCard. I don't know.
Is this DFL? No, right?
10 seconds you have, guys.
We will go with MasterCard maybe. As Srini mentioned, I'm not sure though, but we will go with it.
Fine. Go ahead.
Reveal the answers. I think your time is up.
Okay, fine.
So your final answer is what?
Yes.
Why did you displace the guy? Okay, anyways, you got the answers correct. So 10 points for you guys. So you got 15 points as
Good job, Srini.
Good job,
Yeah,
Srini.
fantastic, Srini.
Srini got it within 5 seconds. I saw that. You got 15 out of 20 points now. You have 10 points to collect now.
Okay.
And you get these 10 points, you might go ahead. Otherwise, you might be a bit of a issue with the next team. It's almost a round between seniors, alumni versus first years. Let's see who wins this one. Okay, the personality round for you now on screen. Who is this Indian politician with an MBA from Wharton Business School and former Minister of Corporate Affairs?
Jyotirajit India? Is this the guy like who is into news now, man? Isn't it? I mean, I'm unable to see clearly though on the screen, but that's how it is looking like for me.
Oh, the guy, huh? Oh,
That guy, Jyotirajit Scindia, who is the one who.
yeah, sounds like it. But I don't know, was he former Minister for Corporate Affairs? I don't know which government. Central, huh?
Yeah, central. Yeah, I mean, he was there.
30 seconds, guys.
No idea, man. This politician, I'm not.
Is he from Wharton?
There are two guys as of now very popular, and one is Jyotirajit Scindia, and I'm thinking this is the guy.
Okay, give it to him, man.
Tell us, Sripatham. You.
Sripatham, you're the boss. Go for it.
5 seconds. Final answer.
Okay, lock it.
Lock it.
I don't have a better answer than that, so.
Okay. I'm getting some answers from the chat on my chat,
Oh,
and this is not the correct answer. You missed it. This is Sachin Pilot. He is from Congress. So you were close, but very far away, to be honest. Your final score.
Guys, but like, yeah, I'm confused with it. Yeah,
No problem. No problem.
That's okay, man.
It's okay, team. Good. Well played, guys. Well played. You are very good. You got 15 points out of this round. Okay. Okay. Time to bring in the seniors. Let's see who's the daddy this time. Okay. Okay. So it's like I said, it's a fight between the first years and the alumni batch. So let's have Team Illuminati on the stage. Guys, ready? Before displaying the answers, I need Sunil to be also on video. We can't keep one person.
My laptop crashed. I've restarted, so I won't be able to turn on my video for now. Sorry, there's no bar here.
Okay, that might be a bit of a challenge. Okay, fine. We'll go ahead. Not a problem. Okay. So this is your first slide. You have 10 points here. Guess the logo,
The
guys.
second one is Cisco. First one,
The first one is Harley Davidson.
Harley Davidson. Yeah, correct.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Lock
paka.
kar diya jaye?
Yes.
You're right. You get 10 points out of this. Good going, Team Nut. Seniors are showing who they are. Okay. Let's move on to the next round, guys. Come on. Let's have the display.
First one is Levi's. Second one is
Tag Heuer, I think.
Tag. Correct one.
Guys, just to remind you, you have 50 seconds more. You can chat if you want to.
Whatever Netra and Prakash said, we'll go with it.
yeah,
Thank
please
you.
lock it.
Netra is like fastest finger first. I'm going first. I don't know. Okay, your final.
So that is it,
Levi's
Netra,
tag
K for you.
Are you
But
that
I'm humbled. I'm honored.
Okay, Netra is the Shatabdi Express here. Okay, you are correct, Netra and team. Levi's and tag here is the right answer. You get 10 more points. Wonderful going there. Okay, the final question of this business quiz on screen. Who is this famous personality who shared the Nobel Prize for Economics in 2019?
That Calcutta guy, yaar.
Abhijit Banerjee.
Abhijit Banerjee's wife.
Esther
what?
Duflo. Esther Duflo.
Abhijit Banerjee's wife.
Banerjee on Esther Duflo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Esther Duflo, right? So this is.
Yes, I don't need the spouse's name, but you are. If I could give you extra points for the husband, I might have given. But okay, your final answer is Esther Duflo.
Yes. Yeah.
With this, you get 10 more points, and we are done with the business quiz. Wonderful going, Team Illuminati. We are winding up the quiz now. We are I think we have a clear winner here, clearly. And I think it's before we go on to announce the leaderboard and announce the winner, I would like to go for a final chance for the audience to participate. This is the last opportunity for the audience to participate. The round starts in 2 minutes. Please log in quickly. The Menti code is 1127824.
என்ன மாஸ்க் உனையா
Vishnu, please mute yourself. And we are back. So, who do you think won? I'm not going to waste time actually wasting time. I'm not going to waste time in giving you a suspense about who won. The clear winners of Embark, this year's Embark Business Quiz, is Team Illuminati with 98 points. Congrats, guys. Congrats. Congrats, Prakash, Netra, and Sunil. Team Red, you gave a very nice fight, but missed the prize by just a few points. Very good game, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed this and enjoyed the entire event. I want to thank everyone once again for joining today and participating. With this, I'm signing off and we'll start the closing ceremony after a short break of 5 minutes. Thank you.
Should we start now?
About to, sir.
Okay, no problem.
Right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are hitting the closing ceremony. As we swim into the last leg of the event, there's been a fantastic 5 hours of information processing, wisdom, and fun. The ingredients of the event has been well spread to keep the pace in check and thoroughly engaging throughout the period. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon Professor R.P. Sundarajan and Professor Vaibhav Chawla to share few words with the learned forum. Sir, please.
Sure. Thank you, Murli, for inviting us to close the ceremony. Some closing thoughts, from my side, and also some summary and some thank yous, and Vaibhav sir also the same way. Personally, I'm a dreamer myself, in many ways, and I really liked what you guys had at the very end of the of that presentation right before this closing ceremony. If you have a dream, you can do it. And the same thing, coincidentally, by some serendipity. Personally, by some serendipity, it also occurred in the last slide of our keynote speaker, and I did mention this point to him, in our debriefing after his talk. So it's very, very nice to have a dream, but to have a dream itself is not going to be doing it. I think Varun Sridhar and and Deshpande amply stressed that point, that just having a dream is not enough, but one should constantly try to innovate. One should be open-minded to get feedback and move on, and then see what really works and so forth. So in that sense, this program has struck an excellent balance, between having a dream by itself, and also striking a balance with what was actually possible, what was doable, and what was going to keep the interest alive. We had a number of conversations with the Embark team, along that direction, and it is really fantastic to note that that the program has come to a very nice fruition, barring a few unforeseen technical challenges. We've had almost kept time to the T. Okay, so that's really fantastic to note. I really want to thank this team for dreaming, and and also for the back end effort of Geeta and Rajesh, and also the back end effort of Keshav, our person, who really figured out how to get this done for us, and was willing to work with us through this entire journey. Some closing remarks also about the speakers. The first speaker had really some nice sayings to say about being humble, being empathetic. These are all correlated qualities that that lead people to appreciate others and lead people to inspire others by accepting what one can do and what one cannot do. Okay, and that's a very important quality of leadership as well. And it also leads you to the same point was indirectly made by somebody else, also by the next two speakers, and in the sense that you need to constantly question yourself and not say, here is my dream, I'm just going to follow it. Question yourself. I think this was brought up by Dr. Deshpande. Question yourself and move on, and then course correct and move on. So that was the same message that was also delivered by the various illustrious speakers that we have invited for this talk. And one other important point that came out in this thing is the team was completely immersed in this particular event. We were completely into it. It was not at least from our vantage point, it looked that way. Of course, there's going to be discussions and healthy discussions going on. So immerse yourself and move on is another thing that Shreya Krishnan brought out, and that was also exemplified in the way this thing was executed. So overall, thank you very much for dreaming, and thank you very much for then executing it in the way you've done it. I will now pass it on to Professor Vaibhav Chawla.
Thank you, sir, for your wisdom and your comments, and we really appreciate your support on organizing these events. Professor Vaibhav Chawla, few words from you, please.
Thank you, Murli. Thank you, Professor RPS. This has turned out to be such a great event. So about 1.5 months back, so Navya, Swapnika, and the team, we were figuring out that in such a short time and in midst of COVID, how we are going to do this event, and we are now here. We saw a very successful event being organized, and each and I think the final details of the event have been also taken care of. Let me start by thanking the guest we had today. We had Mr. Nayak, in the keynote ceremony, giving excellent speech and a lot of interesting and practical lessons to the audience. We also would thank Ms. Shreya, who was there as the judge, and she handled the judgments on her own without, we had a little bit of technical glitch when Barisha was not able to join, so she was, good enough, kind enough, as well as encouraging to the participants. We had a very, very interesting fireside chat, I think, with Varun, Sridhar, and we had with the other honored guest. So it has turned out to be a very, very interesting event, very, very fulfilling event. And the business quiz, when I was watching, I was tempted to answer many of the questions on my own. And but I think next time, whenever you host such an event, let there be a participation from the faculty side also. Now, I would also like to thank Professor Arun, the HOD, to encourage us to go ahead with this event. The staff, the EMBA staff, Geeta Madam and Rajesh, they were there, as Navya also pointed out, for the last entire month to help them with the event. My many thanks goes to EMBA, all the three batches, the participants, the students, the audience, who were completely into the program, and even the live, when they were live on the screen, they were also putting a lot of comments and liking this event on LinkedIn and Facebook, and making it go more and more viral. Most of the thanks for this event, again, as me, RPS, and the EMBA team, we keep on discussing, goes to the organizing team, Navya, Swapnika, Vishali, and there are certain members I would definitely like to name, or I would like to cover most of almost every one of them. But if I'm not able to take anybody's name, please pardon me. Navya, Swapnika, Mukhi, Vishali, Murli. Murli is there right with us. Ratish is there. Murgesh is there. Joel is there. Veena, Gayatri, Anshika, and there are definitely many more. They have come together to host, to organize, and to successfully take forward this event. It was quite amazing. It was quite smooth. They also had a lot of support from Keshav and team. Definitely, we would also like to thank Keshav and team there. Day in, day out, we were drilling them. We were drilling them with questions, and we were trying to see what kind of event they are going to pull through. And it is very satisfying. And definitely, this is a landmark event since it is a virtual in times of COVID, and we never had such an event. So it goes into the history books as one of the great events. And many thanks to the EMB alumni batch also, who participated in the business quiz. I think to summarize, I am very happy. I am sure the team is also very happy, and we all are going to have a very good night's sleep today. Thank you so much.
I also like to thank our Dean, Dean Vasa, to kindly give his address on behalf of IIT Madras.
Thank you, Professor Vaibhav. I like all the minute details you have captured the whole event. And technology is not that difficult. At least we have proved beyond doubt if it is used in the right way. Uh, can we take a liberty to ask each one of you one question? We have some time left before we go into the prize distribution ceremony. Would that be okay with you,
You're going
Professor?
Are you going to have one?
One question to each of you.
Is it related to subjects we teach?
Uh,
This is your revenge quiz.
we can keep it that way. Not a problem. We will have the coordinators sending you the prizes. There is no best answer to this.
Go ahead, please, Martin.
Yeah. Professor RPS, I will like to start with you. We know that you have been teaching and nurturing students here and outside India. How you have seen the growth and how the difference between the academics and the industry has come closer in today's modern time. I mean, I'm just taking off the COVID situation. Otherwise, how do you see it? It has evolved from pure academic to what the industry was to how we have bridged the gap today.
Let me also do it. Let me take a two-part question, actually, in terms of you talked about outside and here. So if I would expand it, there was, if I were to go outside and talk about that a little bit, and I mean outside of India, and talk about it, there was a lot of collaboration between universities and industry, especially in top-notch universities. Okay. Now, I'm talking about 30, 40 years ago, and that is quite well happening here in India today. With you can see that we are getting the CEOs for a department program event, which really shows how much of interest that industry is evincing in programs like this, and they are very happy to come. It's not like they are saying, "Oh, why did you call me?" and so forth. They're very happy to come, and we could have got 2 or 3 more people if we wanted, also. So I think that's a very healthy trend. And given the fact that IIT Madras is a brand in itself, both within India and also internationally, it's easy to attract things like that. Now that certainly would percolate to other institutions as well, in due course.
Thank you, Professor. So, if I understand it right, you're saying that the gap is not that much now that people are skilling themselves much faster, much better because of the new age. New age made newer, as our tagline says. Thank you for that insights. Professor Vaibhav, I would want to go to your favorite subject, marketing research here. Considering today we have a COVID situation, how do you think we can start relying on the data what the government is producing today? How do you validate that given data is good for a marketing research kind of a project when we take up?
Thank you, Murli. A lot of things are happening, on internet now. The shopping, as well as people are spending more and more time. They have more and more time on internet, on consuming a lot of data as well as creating a lot of data. So this is where wherever they create the data, suppose social media sites. Now, people have been spending more time on social media as well as other social media sites, not just social networking. So wherever now they are going and creating more and more of data, it becomes important to capture that data and carry and understand the anxieties of people at this point of time, not just analyzing this data in terms of capturing the anxieties, but also thinking through how they can relate. So companies can relate these anxieties to their product category and bring out some campaign or stand for some cause at this point of time, which can prove good for their brand. So netnography is one example of a technique which we teach to students, where they take the qualitative textual data from the social media and analyze it to capture the insights and so on.
Thank you, Professor, for your wisdom. We will just move to the next segment, the price distribution. Yeah. So before we go into announcing the prices, we just have an announcement to make. The prizes will reach the winners through the EMBA coordinators. They have already made arrangements to reach your respective, shipping addresses. If you do not reach it if you don't receive it on time, please reach out to our fest coordinator. They will be able to, handle it for you. So please collect your rewards. The first of the prize distribution is for Shark Tank. Keshav, could you please bring up the slide? Yeah. And the winners are Team 2, Mr. Srinivas Kanala and Mr. Kamalkar. Thank you so much for your participation. We go into the runners-up of business quiz. The winners are I can't read this.
The winners are Kamalakar, EMBA, Kamalakar, Sripada and Srinivas from EMBA 2022 batch. Runners-up, congratulations.
The next is the winners of the business quiz. Here we go. Prakash, Sunil and Netra. Thank you so much for your participation. The last but not the least, we've been running audience quiz for the last 2 weeks, and the winners are Premnath, EMBA 2021 batch. Sorry, that. All right. Respected resource persons, panel of judges, Dr. Professor Arun Kumar, HOD of DOMS, Dr. Professor RPS, Dr. Professor Vaibhav Chawla was encouraged us in organizing the summit, ably supported by Mrs. Geeta, EMBA Program Manager. I deemed it a great pleasure and privilege to thank you in the august assembly of learned people. Despite this COVID situation, amongst personal, official, and business commitment, you made it convenient to enlighten us with your thought-provoking ideas, blended with rich experience on and off the fields. I assure on behalf of the gathering that after carefully listening, at least some of us would ponder and think of taking up entrepreneurship, which will create job opportunities for unemployed people seeking employment, as well as enhance the careers of underemployed people. No doubt, we understand that by taking entrepreneurship, we are not the only sole stakeholders. But there are other people like alma mater, our families, and those who are dealing with trade and business with us. Above all, our state is a big brother who is acting as a venture capitalist without investing a single penny, taking away the lion's share by way of imposing levies and taxes. We understand it's paving way for improving the state exchequer to invest on developing the infrastructure such as water, housing, healthcare, education, electricity, and other basic amenities, which will enable us to raise the standard of living at par with the developed nations to fulfill the dreams of visionaries like our late APJ Abdul Kalam. And some of the eminent speakers here spoke about how implementation is equally important than only dreaming. Thereby, our country will become a superpower for the years to come. I'll be doing injustice without extending my heartfelt thanks to IIT Madras, DOMS for providing the platform, the participants for their active participation, and the audience for their patience hearing. It is not out of place to extend my special thanks to technical team, Whizz Events, our own IIT backend team, Rajesh and Mani, and the entire organization committee, including our moderators, who tirelessly worked for the last 5 weeks to make the event a grand success. Thank you so much for all your support and participation.